One of the weirdest things that's happened to me as a content creator was the time someone stalked me. This wasn't super serious. I highly doubt I was ever in any danger or anything, but they found out a bunch of personal information about me and harassed me with it online. The thing that was funny, though, is that their reason for doing it was because they became convinced that I was working for the CIA and would say things like, how else could he make such high-quality videos every single month if he isn't a Fed? Sorry to disappoint, but the real answer is just a ton of Vyvanse. High-grade stuff, too, shipped directly from Langley? It's sorry to make such high-quality videos every single month if he isn't a Fed. Sorry to disappoint, but the real answer is just a ton of Vyvanse. High-grade stuff, too, shipped directly from... And that's kind of the entire internet now, right? Existing online now involves this constant state of paranoia where we all know that everything and everyone is constantly trying to manipulate us from all sides. Right-wing media figure, Russian psyop. Leftist podcaster, COINTELPRO. Center-left YouTuber, Zionist shill. Mainstream media, buddy, you can see them glowing from space. And sometimes the likelihood that you're witnessing an actual military psychological warfare campaign goes up. One of the craziest examples of this that I've seen is Haley Luan. She's an e-girl influencer in the army, and at first glance, her content seems like some pretty standard hello fellow kids thirst trapping to boost recruitment. And in a lot of ways, that's completely accurate.
Forgot to take my ADHD meds and accidentally joined the Coast Guard. Fucking animal, Calvin!
But the thing that's unique about Haley is that she's very open about the fact that her job is conducting psyops.
Ladies, I'm trying to do my work today.
The app itself was a psychological operation from the get-go, but unfortunately, the department has run out of funding. This could be easily avoidable by paying more taxes, upping the defense budget, and getting more enlistees in the army. You guys don't want to cooperate, so now we can't have anything, can we? Additionally, www.goarmy.com, I hear, is the next up-and-coming social media platform. If you guys want to check that out.
To me, there's something so sinister about the fact that when you look through the kinds of memes she posts, they're more or less the same kind of thing that you'd see from any hyper-online, irony-poisoned e-girl, and yet they definitely take on a very different meaning coming from her. It's kind of hard to describe, but this feels almost like an acknowledgement of the fact that things are so cooked that there's no need to hide this stuff. In fact, it's often more effective if it's out in the open. Now, it's very easy to think that this is some new thing, and in some ways it is. Things are getting increasingly locked down and censorious as all privacy is increasingly being stripped away. Even just over the course of making this video, the UK rolled out their Online Safety Act, or OSA. While its stated purpose is to prevent kids from accessing porn or content that relates to drugs, eating disorders, or bullying, in practice that is basically the entire internet. And so what this actually entails is requiring people to submit their government IDs for every major platform, something that all of these sites are more than happy to have on file. Oh, we need to start asking everyone for their government ID? Us, the companies that have already shown that we can't be trusted with that and have already harvested way too much of our users' data? Well, anything for the kids. In response to the massive backlash, Ofcom has doubled down by saying that they want to go after any platforms that encourage people to use VPNs to get around age checks. So anyway, this video is sponsored by Surfshark. Folks, you ever find yourself looking to watch a region-locked movie on your streaming platform of your choice or this more than option get anything new? In fact, expect hell and use code INHELL at checkout to get 4 extra months for free. But while I think that these new threats to our speech, privacy, and sanity are extremely important, they also aren't anything new. In fact, that's kind of been the entire point of the internet from its very inception. And that's what I'm going to show you in this video. But before we get into it, let me just do a bit of housekeeping and explain what this video is. So, my last video was about AI weapons and sort of just the history of computing and how that's deeply tied to the US military. While I was editing that, I found out about this book, Surveillance Valley by inshvllvh. But before we get and it was about AI weapons and sort of just the history of computing and how that's deeply tied to the US military. While I was editing that, I found out about this book, Surveillance Valley by inshvllvh, which covers exactly that in amazing detail, along with some wild investigative reporting. But by the time I found it, I was way too late to go back and add another hour or two to the video, and so I decided to make everything that I would have added into its own video instead. This one. I'm bringing all this up to say that A, while you don't need to watch my last video to understand what I'm talking about here, if you like this one but just wish that it was 2 hours longer, then I've got some great news for you. But also, I usually try to pull from a pretty broad array of sources, but the vast majority of this video is going to be based off of this one source. I'd recommend checking out the book because it's amazing, but also so that H-Bomber guy doesn't burst out of this wall behind me. Now, let's get into it. Like any good story, this one begins with our old friends over at the Advanced Research Projects Agency. ARPA was founded in 1958 in response to the launch of Sputnik and was originally tasked with closing the technology gap between America and the Soviets by funding and managing cutting-edge research in space travel and computing, as well as missile defense and detection. However, there was a change in plans when NASA was founded 5 months after ARPA and took over the civilian space program, robbing ARPA of their coolest job. Not to worry though. As the Cold War began to simmer in the 60s, America was putting their all into stomping out communist uprisings around the world and learned the valuable lesson that asymmetrical warfare is a bitch. Turns out that while mass bombing campaigns and search and destroy missions work great when you're up against a country, they're significantly less useful against guerrilla insurgents hiding out in the woods. And this is where ARPA found their niche, developing methods for this new kind of warfare, counterinsurgency. Now, the thing about counterinsurgency is that you need to understand the target and use that info to develop a unique strategy. As it was described in a US military seminar, quote, "The same bullet will kill with just about the same effectiveness, whether used against a target in the United States, Africa, or Asia. However, the effectiveness of the counterinsurgency weapon is dependent upon the specific target." So, first of all, what do you mean by just about? Is there a continent where bullets hurt less? But also, as you might guess, if you're developing this kind of unique strategy to win hearts and minds while bombing villages, you're gonna need a deep, nuanced understanding of the people you're fighting's culture, heritage, geography, and material conditions. Instead, ARPA's deputy director William Goodell launched Project Agile. Meant to develop counterinsurgency methods in Southeast Asia, particularly Vietnam, Thailand, and Laos, Agile combined cutting-edge computer surveillance with the latest in social science research to study the people of these regions. One example of this was Operation Igloo White, which involved dropping listening devices and urine sensors all along the Ho Chi Minh Trail. This was a massive undertaking that involved not just the latest advancements in piss detection technology, but also a fleet of orbiting planes to pick up signals from the sensors and then send any information to a nearby surveillance center that would still look sci-fi by today's standards. Not only was this operation expensive and time-consuming, it was also useless. Basically, once the Vietnamese figured out what they were doing, they adapted by playing recordings of truck sounds or throwing bags of urine onto the trail to trip the sensors and then just walked through after the bombs had dropped. But Agile wasn't just limited to the battlefield, and before long, almost all of Vietnam and Thailand were under ARPA's magnifying glass, which wasn't a particularly pleasant place to be. The question Agile wanted to answer was why the indigenous population was fighting them. Like, capitalism is objectively better than communism, so why didn't everyone just immediately defect? It doesn't make any sense. In order to solve this impossible riddle, they hired the RAND Corporation to carry out a series of what were referred to as social experiments, but like, in the same way that Mr. Beast locking a guy in solitary confinement for a month can be called a social experiment. Some examples of this include subjecting defectors and prisoners to 24-hour interrogation sessions, the Strategic Hamlet Initiative, in which they kidnapped a bunch of Vietnamese villagers and kept them in a walled-off area in order to protect them from communist infiltration, or a study done in Thailand by the American Institute for Research, or AIR, that involved testing out the effectiveness of the pacification techniques that Agile had developed on Thai rebel hill tribes. These involve such innovations as assassinating tribal leaders, forcibly relocating villages, and inducing famines. I just don't understand why these people aren't joining our side. We've tried killing them, kidnapping them, starving them, torturing them, and burning them, and they still think we're the enemy. Maybe this new Agent Orange stuff will do the trick. Also, interestingly, one of the people working for AIR in Thailand at this time was none other than Charles Murray, the author of The Bell Curve.
I can remember reading the Reader's Digest when maybe I was 12 or 13 years old and seeing an article about the Rand Corporation. And I swear I read that and I said, that's the kind of place I'd like to work. I'd never heard of a place like that. I was over in Thailand. This was 1965 to 67, and I ended up getting work in a study of northeastern villages, and it was part of the Hearts and Minds kind of effort that the U.S. military was having at that time.
And you've written, I think, about your experience in Thailand and the insights, the non-quantitative insights you got from that, which I think changed your point of view on things, no?
Essentially, most of what you read in my books I learned in Thailand. Villages.
Yeah, I could definitely see the influence. But as the war dragged on, the military increasingly came...
Most of what you read in my books I learned in Thai villages.
Yeah, I could definitely see the influence. But as the war dragged on, the military increasingly came to see Agile as nothing more than an expensive boondoggle, which, despite its fancy promises of cutting-edge objectivity, wasn't really delivering any serious results. Even Agile's founder and the deputy director of ARPA, William Goodell, turned out to have been embezzling money from the budget, for which he wound up being jailed for 5 years. That said, it wasn't a total loss. An AIR report from 1967 called Counterinsurgency in Thailand, the Impact of Economic, Social, and Political Action Programs explains that the methods developed for pacifying resistance in Thailand could be put to good use on anti-war and civil rights activists in America. The potential applicability of the findings in the United States will also receive special attention in many of our key domestic programs, especially those directed at disadvantaged subcultures. The methodological problems are similar to those described in the proposal. The application of the Thai findings at home constitutes a potentially most significant project contribution. Or, as Charles Murray put it,
all of those things, when I came back to look at social programs in the United States, kept me reminding me that, gee, this inner city Detroit attempt to help delinquents is running into the same problems that they ran into when they tried to introduce double cropping in a Thai village.
But speaking of expensive boondoggles, let's roll back the clock a bit to talk about one of the first pre-internet internets, Sage. On August 29, 1949, at the Semipalatinsk test site in the Kazakh Soviet Republic, a team of Russian scientists successfully cracked an atom, and the resulting explosion served as the starting gun for the Cold War's nuclear arms race. The US, of course, responded by ramping up their production to make sure that they could cause a longer nuclear winter than the Soviets, but also, they got to work overhauling their missile defense systems, which until that point had been essentially analog, and replaced them with the first ever large-scale networked computer. The Semi-Autonomous Ground Environment, or SAGE, took 10 years to make, cost more than the Manhattan Project, and was obsolete before it was ever turned on. In 1957, 3 years before SAGE would be finished, the Soviets launched Sputnik, which proved that they had the rocketry technology necessary to land a nuke anywhere in America, something that having high-tech network radar could do nothing to prevent. SAGE wasn't a total waste of time though, since by building it, the US developed the capabilities to do computing in a new way that would create the modern computing industry, the internet, and the man who would make those things happen, Joseph Carl Robinette Licklider, or as his friends called him, Lick. Lick had graduated from Washington University with a triple major in psychology, mathematics, and physics in 1937, and then started studying how animals process sounds, which it turns out mostly involved cutting open cat skulls and zapping their brains with electricity. During World War II, he got recruited to work at Harvard's Psychoacoustic Laboratory, which played a surprisingly important role in the war by developing better microphones and headsets so that pilots could actually hear each other. After the war, he became an associate professor at MIT, where he helped to establish and then consult at the Lincoln Lab, where he worked on building SAGE's GUI. Lick's involvement in the research changed him, replaced his passion for feline electroshock therapy with a burning obsession with the idea of combining humans and computers through a massive interconnected network. In 1960, he published a paper called Man-Computer Symbiosis, describing his vision of a human-machine combination, which was a shockingly accurate description of just modern-day computers. While it seems obvious and kind of trivial to read today, back in 1960, this was visionary. What made this particularly unique was that while there had been plenty of applications of computers for scientific or military purposes, Lick was suggesting integrating them into regular people's everyday lives. In '62, Lick joined ARPA and was appointed head of the Command and Control Research Division, where he allocated funds to the scientists and engineers who would go on to invent computers as we know them today. For example, he funded Douglas C. Engelbard's Augmented Research Center, which would go on to develop hypertext links, video conferencing, and the computer mouse. He also put $1.5 billion towards a joint research project at UCLA and UC Berkeley that developed an early way of networking computers together. But Lick had his eyes set on a much bigger prize. He imagined connecting all these newly emerging computer projects that he was funding into one giant system that he called the Great Intergalactic Network. But while he managed to lay a lot of the groundwork, Lick never actually realized this dream. Instead, after 2 years at ARPA, he decided that he'd done all he could and left the hardware to his successor, a fellow alumni of the Lincoln Lab named Lawrence Roberts. For his part, Lick kicked his feet up for a few years with a cushy consulting job at IBM, and then returned to MIT, where he directed Project Mac, a research project that built the first functional computer using the time-sharing system, thanks to a lot of funding from, you guessed it, ARPA. Now, when you look into the history of the internet, Licklider's name is generally accompanied by glowing praise. He was, by all accounts, a brilliant visionary with a gift for spreading his passion for the Great Intergalactic Network to almost
And it happened this afternoon in Harupa Valley. And after that, several hours-long standoff, the driver was
Area is still blocked. Their pets who were standing in the backyard at the time.
And I ran away from the wall as fast as I.
Sheriff's Department says the driver was wanted for grand theft auto and believed to be armed with a handgun. The pursuit started around 2 in the afternoon, with the driver leading deputies through the streets.
Didn't get them. I'm glad it didn't. They
For pursuit intervention used across the country. It's mounted on the officer.
scary. I think
Sheriff's crisis negotiation team was pronounced dead. The investigation is ongoing.
Almost anyone he talked to. For that reason, those 2 years Licklider spent at ARPA are probably the ones the agency would most like the general public to know them for. Unsurprisingly, Lick himself also tried to distance himself from the counter counterinsurgency being carried out in Southeast Asia. In an interview in 1988, he had the following conversation. ARPA was 5 years old at the time you arrived. What sort of situation did you find there? How was it set up? What sort of people were active? That's hard to answer. I do not remember extremely well what the organization was. There was one part that distressed me. ARPA had gotten in... Were we in the Vietnam War then? Not quite yet. We were there, but it had not expanded. There was kind of a cloak and dagger part of it. There was? There was a fella named Bill Goodell who, it seemed to me, was always trying to get control over what I was doing. I could never tell what he was doing, so that part made me nervous. Other parts of it, I'm not sure whether it was organized with the strategic office or the tactical office, but it was something along that line. A lot of it was re-entry physics. I had the feeling that there were some real geniuses in this, but there were also some guys who were essentially bureaucrats and managers, so I sort of stayed out of that as best I could. I couldn't be totally uninvolved. I had one project that I wasn't cleared deeply enough to know what it was, and that made me nervous. The thing is, that's not really true.
That's not the truth, Ellen.
For one thing, around that time, Lick literally was computing at ARPA, and so anything Agile did that involved a computer, which was pretty much all of it, had his fingerprints on it. But it gets a lot more overt than that. In March of '62, the Army held its Limited War and Social Science Research Symposium, which was essentially them hard-launching counterinsurgency as a primary strategy during the Cold War. Licklider attended on behalf of ARPA and led a working group to develop programs and projects focused on persuasion and motivation. And then there's the Cambridge Project. So I talked about this in my last video, but part of ARPA's work blending computers with social science for counterinsurgency was Project Camelot, which involved trying to develop machines that could predict and prevent the rise of left-wing social movements. Camelot was uncovered and shut down amidst public accusations that ARPA was making a coup machine. 3 years later, they rolled out the Cambridge Project, a joint project between Harvard, MIT, and ARPA that involved making a massive data library that could be accessed using Project Mac in order to continue the kind of work they've been doing at Project Camelot. On December 26, 1969, students at Harvard and MIT held massive protests against the Cambridge Project, in which they trashed ARPA labs and marched into the dean's office and refused to leave. The protests were triggered by members of the Students for a Democratic Society getting their hands on a copy of the project proposal written by none other than Ol Lick, along with 3 of his buddies, the director of ARPA's Information Processing Techniques Office, Robert Taylor, JFK's science advisor and soon-to-be president of MIT, Jerome Wisner, and an absolute psychopath named Ithiel de Sola Poole. Poole was an American academic who studied communications, politics, propaganda, and psyops. His early work had to do with using polling data to statistically test the best messages for politicians. He was an early adopter of incorporating cutting-edge math and technology into telling people whatever they wanted to hear, a strategy that turned out to be extremely effective while he worked on the JFK campaign. But he also had a side hustle. A devout cold warrior, Poole's company, the Simulmatics Corporation, was one of the ones hired to carry out those deranged studies in Vietnam. This wasn't particularly good for their image. Simulmatics was soon accused of making false promises about the effectiveness of their work, as well as quite a few war crimes. All of this would ultimately cause Simulmatics to go bankrupt in 1970, but as it was circling the drain, Poole was looking for a new way to get defense contracts, which he soon found in the Cambridge Project. Now, the way that all of this was justified was that the Cambridge Project was dual use, meant to be open to any researchers looking to use it to analyze massive datasets, which was a genuinely massive advancement for both the hard and soft sciences. That said, Licklider's proposal to ARPA include the kinds of datasets the Cambridge Project would be using, which make it pretty clear what kind of work government agencies would be using it for. These included public opinion polls for all countries, political participation of various countries, international youth movements, files on contemporary world communist movements, mass unrest and political movements under conditions of rapid social change, the merging or splintering of present political movements, international propaganda output, peasant attitudes and behaviors. I think you get the idea. Looking back from 2025, I think this might be one of history's most confirmed correct anti-technology moral panics. During the MIT protests, Lick actually came out of his office to meet with the SDS protesters while they were trying and failing to burn a copy of his ARPA proposal. According to an onlooker, quote, "At one point, in fact, they had a copy of the proposal and tried to set fire to it. Not very successfully. Well, after a few minutes, Lick said, look, if you want to burn a stack of paper, don't just try to light it, spread the pages out first. So we showed them how, and it really did burn much better." Say what you will about Lick, I mean, this guy may be working with the feds to spy on citizens and commit atrocities, but you gotta admit that he knows how to set a fire. Also, this was all covered in a biography of Licklider called The Dream Machine by M. Mitchell Waldrop, and the way that he covers it is so fucked. In the fall of 1969, he found himself embroiled in a controversy over the Cambridge Project, a separate ARPA-funded effort that he had helped to organize in collaboration with Bob Taylor, Jerry Wiesner, and a number of psychologists, sociologists, and political scientists from MIT and Harvard. Lick and his colleagues had reasoned the Cambridge Project would presumably build up a large and vocal new constituency for interactive computing. At the same time, they hoped such a manifestly benign use of the Pentagon's money would be reassuring and would help to reestablish a dialogue with a segment of academia that had become particularly hostile towards all things military. Well, it was a nice try. Harvard withdrew almost immediately after bitter faculty meetings denounced the notion of having any contact with the Pentagon whatsoever. Rumor had it that the Cambridge Project was a front for the CIA, that its true intent was to develop software that would keep track of people's liberation movements around the world, that giant computers to run that software were already waiting in the basement of the Pentagon, and so on. To Lick, this was the worst part of what Vietnam was doing to the country. A younger generation was being driven into cynicism, paranoia, and a kind of furious despair. It's very funny that the author doesn't see it as a massive indictment, that Licklider thought that the worst thing about the Vietnam War was that young people just don't trust the CIA anymore. Now, back to Licklider's great intergalactic network. After Lick left ARPA, the project of creating this network of networks continued under Roberts, who was tasked with finding a way to connect the various computer labs Lick had seeded across America, all of which were completely incompatible with each other. Their big breakthrough came when they decided that rather than connecting the computers directly, they could use a system of smaller, separate ones as intermediaries. Roberts called them Interface Messaging Processors, or IMPs, which were essentially the first ever internet routers. The IMPs were hooked up to phone lines and would send and receive data and check for errors. If a line went down, then they would redirect the signal through another route. The key thing with the IMPs was that they worked completely independently of the computers connecting to them. So the computers connected to the network didn't need to be compatible with each other, they just had to work with the IMPs. And voila, we now had ARPANET, a network linking a series of military installations and schools with defense contracts into what would become the internet as we know it today. Now, something that tends to be missed from most histories of the internet is that back when ARPANET came out, this was not being celebrated. Very much the opposite, in fact. The way the general public first became aware of ARPANET was through a report on NBC, but unlike modern-day tech reporting, which is mostly just commercials or litigating Twitter beefs, here they had actually done critical investigative reporting. In his exposé, Ford Rowan told viewers that the military had built a network that linked computers together, allowing them to share and analyze data which was being used to spy on Americans. It's crazy how back then the big conspiracy was just that government agencies kept their information in a database, whereas now everyone's just like, yeah, obviously multiple governments and corporations are at all times monitoring everything I do. To be fair though, not only were both computers and mass government surveillance relatively new at the time, at least in public consciousness, but also both were now being tied up with one of the most insane spy programs that there ever was. So, in 1970, a guy named Christopher Pyle, who'd worked as an instructor at a US Army intelligence school in Fort Holabird, went public about some pretty weird shit he'd seen related to a counterinsurgency program called CONUS Intel. Part of what made this one special is that it was being carried out on Americans. According to Pyle, CONUS Intel was originally set up in '65 to keep tabs on activists so it could give early warning for civil unrest that would require the army to be called in. But it soon grew, and by 1970 was maintaining detailed files on the members, ideologies, programs, and practices of almost every activist group in America. This was all the brainchild of a guy named William P. Yarborough, who thought that all left-wing movements in America were secret insurgency campaigns carried out by the Soviets. He began sending thousands of agents to infiltrate and surveil just about every organization or activist group in America. This included labor strikes as well as just anyone that they heard was supportive of unions. They tapped the phone of Eugene McCarthy, a sitting US senator who opposed the Vietnam War, bugged the 1968 DNC, infiltrated a group of Catholic priests because they were protesting the church's stance on contraception, and in one case spied on a church-run ski club for troubled teens called Young Adults Program, which the agents were worried about because they thought that there was a connection somehow to hippies. Why would a troubled teen need to ski anyway? They would then send to generals who apparently liked watching these fake news reports to get information, even though they could have gotten the exact same information from actual news channels. You guys ever think that maybe the military might be a little bit overfunded? But what made CONUS Intel really stand out from all the other ops in the long list of times the US government has spied on left-wing activists was that this was the first time they'd ever used computers to do this. While the FBI and some state authorities had computers to put all their files into that made them shareable and searchable, this was the first time that kind of tech had been used to document completely legal political activism. When the American people found out that spies had been keeping tabs on every protest, student union, and church bake sale in the country, and then putting everything they saw into a giant computer, they weren't happy. In 1975, the Senate Judiciary Committee conducted an investigation into military surveillance technology where they questioned the Assistant Secretary of Defense David Cook. In his testimony, Cook insisted that the ARPANET had never been used to transmit surveillance files, and then went even further by claiming that it was completely unclassified and only used by academics, and that no intelligence agencies even had access to it. However, these were all, lies. In testimony given 3 years earlier by the head of ARPA, now DARPA at this point, Stephen Lukasik, he explicitly said that, quote, "Our obligation is to design, build, test, and evaluate a high-performance, low-cost, reliable computer network to meet the growing DoD requirements for computer-to-computer communications." Or, on the point of ARPANET being unclassified, again, Lukasik contradicted this in '77 when DARPA was developing end-to-end encryption, arguing that it offered the advantage of allowing the military to send classified messages while letting the infrastructure remain open to anyone. But also, none of that even mattered, since a few weeks after Cook's testimony, ARPANET was absorbed into the Defensive Communications Agency, making it military. This is all to say that at this point, computers and this new network connecting them weren't popular. In order to turn things around, someone needed to come in and change their image. Enter Stuart Brand. Brand was born in Rockford, Illinois, went to a fancy boarding school, and then Stanford in '54. While in university, he kept a diary where he wrote a lot about his fears of communism in a way that feels distinctly 18 years old. Brand saw communists as unthinking automatons whose wills had been brainwashed out of them. Quote, "That my mind would no longer be my own, but a tool carefully shaped by the descendants of Pavlov. That I would lose my identity. That I would lose my will. These last are the worst. If there's a fight, then I will fight, and fight with a purpose. I will not fight for America, nor for home, nor for President Eisenhower, nor for capitalism, nor even for democracy. I will fight for individualism and personal liberty. If I must be a fool, I want to be my own particular brand of fool, utterly unlike other fools. I will fight to avoid becoming a number, to others and to myself." So don't worry, our friend never became a brainwashed, unthinking automaton with no identity or will of his own, at least not in a communist way. After graduating in 1960, Brand joined the Army, then moved to San Francisco, where he wound up doing a lot of acid as an unknowing test subject for MK Ultra. A lot of really interesting people were involved in that, eh? Wonder what that's about. Honestly, my take on MK Ultra is that I've never seen any real solid evidence that the CIA was successful in developing actual effective mind control techniques. But if they had, that would genuinely explain a lot of coincidences. Anyways, as I'm sure you can tell from that excerpt from his diary, Brand's true calling was writing. Like all good members of the New Left, Brand was extremely inspired by the hippie commune movement, and first made a name for himself in '68 when he started the Whole Earth catalog, a magazine featuring tools and supplies needed for homesteading. While this of course include reviews of tools, camping equipment, and gardening advice, for Brand, it was just as, if not more important, to provide ideological tools, which meant books on philosophy, ecology, and cybernetics by people like Buckminster Fuller, Norbert Wiener, and Ayn Rand. But then things changed for Brand in October 1972, when Rolling Stone sent him to Stanford's Artificial Intelligence Research Lab. The guys he met there weren't popular on campus. Part of this was because they were a bunch of nerds who didn't know how to party like the cool fraternities. But also, mostly, it was because the lab and all the work that they did there was funded by DARPA, making it a regular target of protests and violent demonstrations. Brand spent a night hanging out with the DARPA programmers, partying and playing these new things that they called video games. In his article, he assures the reader that these guys aren't corporate suits or evil feds trying to spy on people, but instead based hippies who smoke weed and listen to rock music, who are also trying to spy on people. From this point on, the focus of Brand's work changed. He began arguing that the computer was a tool for freeing your mind, just like LSD. The whole Earth catalog began focusing more on cybernetics and technology until eventually spinning off into the Whole Earth software catalog and later the Whole Earth electronic link, or WELL, one of the first message boards on the early internet. The worlds of 60s counterculture, early hackers, and DARPA glowies began to mix together, with brands serving as the bridge. Fast forward a decade or two, and Brand would use these connections to pivot into a lucrative career as a spokesperson for the computer industry, using his hippie cred to help tech companies position themselves as being in line with the 60s acid heads. But enough of that ancient history for now. Let's jump forward a few decades to get into some of the modern forces that took over things. Google started out as Larry Page and Sergey Brin's PhD thesis, titled The Anatomy of Large-Scale Search Engines. Page's thesis advisor was working for the Digital Library Initiative, which was, of course, a DARPA project. And so, even from the very start, the first page of the paper that would become Google had the disclosure, funded by DARPA. Now, I don't want to get too weird and paranoid here. As should be very clear by now, just about every part of big tech is tied in some way back to the military, and so bringing that up is about as much of a gotcha as saying that a charity was started by a rich capitalist. Doesn't make it a psyop, but it does mean that you should be suspicious and guarded around it and everything else at all times. No, but in my books, it's not enough to just show that there's a connection, but also that something weird was going on as a result of it. Anyway, before settling on Google, the original name for Page and Brin's search engine was Backrub, and this was its logo. Do with that as you will. I love using my platform to make people more insane. The thing that initially separated Google from the other search engines was the PageRank algorithm, which, inspired by the academic citation system, ranked pages based off of how many sources linked back to that page, rather than just how often the search word appeared on it. Later on, though, their real special sauce was in realizing that everything that you do when you go on a site creates data like footprints in the snow. Google was the first to realize that they could harness these data to improve the site and later to sell to advertisers. This is where Sergey Brin was able to really shine. He'd always had a deep fascination with this kind of stuff, so much so that back at Stanford, he literally started a data mining club. And so it shouldn't be too much of a surprise that he was interested in really pushing things way further than PageRank. He'd talk about getting to a point where Google wasn't just a search engine, but really and truly knew the people using it on a deep level. To be fair here, that does genuinely have positive applications. A search engine with more data is able to do a better job. However, as we'll see, this comes at a serious cost too. The big one being surveillance. Google's Mountain View offices used to have a screen in their lobby that showed a live feed of random searches. Visitors would often find themselves transfixed by the sight of it, and looking at what videos I could find, it's easy to see why. The constant stream of queries, each offering a slight glimpse into a random person's life, are mesmerizing. But eventually, the screen was taken down on orders from Larry Page, who, as the years had went on, had grown increasingly paranoid that people might become aware of just how much the search giant was spying on them. His fears were realized in 2006 when AOL, whose search engine was powered by Google, released a few gigs of anonymized search queries into the public domain. And, oh boy. First of all, the word anonymized is doing some really heavy lifting there. While each user is just represented by a bunch of random characters, that doesn't really do much to protect their privacy, since if you look through everything someone Googles, it becomes very easy to find out just everything about them. The New York Times actually ran an amazing, if a little bit ethically ambiguous story where they did just that. They looked at every search made by user number 4417749, and it didn't take them long to figure out just about everything about her. Also though, some of these get very dark. For example, here are a few searches by user number 5342598. Unsolved murders in San Jose. Tara Morowski. Unsolved murder of Tara Morowski. Tara Morowski found dead in car. Unsolved mysteries. Tara Morowski. San Jose Police Department cold cases. Psychological tests given to prisoners. Test to see if you are a serial killer. Honestly, I can see why they didn't want that in their lobby. Just, welcome to Google. Check out our little live feed where you can gaze into the bottomless abyss of human depravity. And to be fair to Google for a minute, what the fuck are you supposed to do with that? Like, that for sure sounds like this person killed a woman, right? But who knows? I definitely don't think that anyone who spends a night going down a true crime rabbit hole should be brought in for questioning, but it seems pretty insane to just say that nothing should be done with that information either. I hope they at least stop serving this guy ads for zip ties and chloroform. In 2004, Brin took things further when they unveiled Gmail. It offered 1 gig of free storage, which was completely unheard of at the time. The reason they did this, though, and why they still offer 15 free gigabytes today, is because in exchange, they get to read every single one of their users' emails. When people started realizing how much Google was tracking them, there was a lot of criticism. Google didn't make any statements or answer any questions about the extent of this tracking, but a quick look at their patents made it clear how far this went. All mail was read and parsed. Same goes for all attachments. All names were matched to real identities and addresses through a user's Gmail address book and/or through a third-party database. They collected and compiled demographic and psychological profiles on everyone with things like age, gender, marital status, sexuality, social class, and personality type. This also didn't just apply to Gmail users, but anyone who sent an email to them. Luckily though, they weren't about to get away with things that easily. In response to the controversy, California State Senator Liz Figueroa introduced legislation that would prevent email providers from collecting data on users unless all parties explicitly consented. In other words, it would all but kill Google. Data is their food. Didn't you see the War of the World documentary with Ice Cube? Do you want Google to starve? Brin and Page went into defense mode, using their connections to get lots of favorable press coverage, and eventually had a meeting with Figueroa herself, which, here's how that went.
All of a sudden, Sergey started talking to me. How would you feel if a robot went into your home and read your diary, and read your financial records, read your love letters, read everything? But before leaving the house, it imploded. That's not violating privacy. I immediately said, of course it is. And he said, no, it isn't. Nothing's kept. Nobody knows about it. That robot has read everything. Does that robot know if I'm sad or if I'm feeling fear? And he looked at me and he said, oh no, that robot knows a lot more than that.
Shockingly, despite Brin making one of the most chillingly effective cases for Butlerian jihad I've ever heard, Senator Figueroa didn't back down, and so Page and Brin pulled out the big guns. Al fucking Gore. See, After allowing the 2000 presidential election to be stolen from him, Gore had been looking for a way to reinvent himself. In Stephen Levy's book, In the Plex, Gore's actually quoted as saying that, "I was trying to figure out what the hell I was going to do with my life." I just think it's very funny for a 52-year-old former vice president to be trying to find himself. Anyway, rather than a Euro trip or planting trees for a summer, Gore decided to settle into the cushy job of tech investor, which seemed to largely involve him just taking board seats at various tech companies purely so that they could bring him out for situations like the one Google had found themselves in. Gore invited the senator to his hotel room and gave her one of his famous PowerPoint presentations, which was apparently enough to convince her to drop the bill, saving Gmail. There was a New York Times article about this controversy that purely focused on glazing Google, and it ends by saying, quote, "The only population likely not to be delighted by Gmail are those still uncomfortable with those computer-generated ads. Those people are free to ignore or even badmouth Gmail, but they shouldn't try to stop Google from offering Gmail to the rest of us. We know a good thing when we see it." Yeah, cool. How's that working out for you, bud? But now, to understand one of the biggest changes for Google, let's go back to 2001, when a guy named John Hank was launching Keyhole Incorporated. Hank had a pretty interesting resume. He'd worked at a US embassy in Myanmar before changing up his career by enrolling in an MBA program at Berkeley. While in school, he joined a game design startup called Archetype Interactive, where he worked on a game called Meridian 59, the first 3D MMORPG. In true MBA fashion, Hank and his associates sold the game the day they graduated, and then moved on to their next gaming startup called the Big Picture Network, which, despite not producing anything of note, was bought in 2000 for $17.1 million by eUniverse, the company that would later come to own MySpace, but at the time was flush with cash and buying basically any sketchy web startup that they could. Now, even though you've probably never heard of it, Keyhole would go on to be the most pivotal project for John, and probably the thing I'm talking about in this video that you interact with the most. Named after the CIA's secret Keyhole spy satellites from the 60s, Keyhole Inc. was inspired by the Neil Stephenson book Snow Crash, which is a sentence you can say about almost all of the most insanely dystopian projects in modern tech. If you don't know Snow Crash, it's basically the real-world book that the Torment Nexus meme is based off of. Keyhole was specifically inspired by a computer program in the book called Planet Earth, which was created by the Central Intelligence Corporation, a company created by the merger of the Library of Congress and the CIA. In the book, Planet Earth is a VR simulation that stores all the spatial information the CIC owns, which, as the name suggests, is most of it. Hank and his team developed a 3D engine like the kind in the games they'd cut their teeth on, and used it to stitch together satellite images to create a model of the real world. This was genuinely groundbreaking stuff, but there was one small snag. While a few years earlier, John Don't we, Spider? Yeah. You would tell me if you had been working in counterinsurgency, wouldn't you, Spider? What's that? You have? Project Phoenix? Seeing the long-term potential, the CIA and the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, or NGA, poured a classified amount of money into Keyhole. They weren't just investors either, but also clients, who then began using the technology for military operations, most notably Operation Iraqi Freedom, where it impressed the generals with its video game-like ease. Soon, Google also got interested. Brin personally demonstrated it for Google executives by barging into a meeting and using the app to zoom in on the homes of everyone there. You know, Cool boss stuff. Google bought Keyhole in 2004 and soon turned it into Google Earth. John Hank was kept on board and in 2010 was put in charge of Niantic, where he went on to create Pokemon Go. But in purchasing the company, Google got much more than just Keyhole and Hank. They also got Keyhole's CIA contacts who sat on the board and were more than happy to work with Google to help them get some of that sweet, sweet MIC money. Now, this wasn't Google's first time stepping into defense. In 2003, they got $2.1 mil from the NSA for making them a search engine that could scan millions of documents in 24 languages. Just saying, people used to firebomb ARPA's labs for doing so much less than that. I hate to say it, but maybe college students really have gone soft. Regardless, after the Keyhole acquisition, things really ramped up. Soon, they were regularly hiring people from the Army, Air Force, CIA, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, you name it. Some notable examples of the kinds of programs they took on included partnering with Lockheed to make the NGA a visual system that mapped US bases in Iraq and Sunni and Shiite neighborhoods in Baghdad in 2007. Then, in 2008, Google won the contract to run the servers and search engine for Intellipedia, the CIA's Wikipedia that's run by the CIA, NSA, FBI, and all the other three-letter agencies. Edit notes on that one must be crazy. Note to all, please stop cluttering up this serious article of a CIA asset with fan site links and thirst traps. Post those instead on the dedicated page Lee Haughty Oswald. Also in 2008, Google launched a private spy satellite called GeoEye-1 in partnership with the NGA. Then, in 2010, the NGA gave Google a $27 million contract for geospatial visualization services without making them compete with anyone else. The NGA defended the decision, saying that they had no choice but to go with Google since they'd spent so long working together already that no one else could meet their needs. In 2013, Google bought Boston Dynamics, itself seeded by DARPA, but then sold it in 2017 when the Pentagon decided that the robots weren't suitable for its uses. So as you can see, things were going great. Google was happily engaging in all of this and more while still proudly displaying their old motto, "Don't be evil." Turns out that is exactly what an evil corporation would say. But then, in 2013, Larry Page's nightmare of the general public realizing the extent of Google's surveillance returned. And this time, it was far worse than the AOL leaks. It all started on June 3rd of that year when the journalists Laura Poitras, Ewan MacAskill, and Glenn Greenwald walked into the Mira Hotel in Hong Kong to meet with a contact they knew only as Verax, which translates to truth teller in Latin. His real name was, of course, Edward Snowden, and the documents he leaked revealed massive surveillance networks being run by the governments of multiple countries, which amounted to essentially total surveillance of the internet. One of the biggest of these was the NSA's PRISM system, which essentially works as an on-demand tap in the data centers of all the biggest names in Silicon Valley, granting the NSA access to any and all information you can think of, from chats to photos to emails to attachments to address books to physical locations. PRISM was started in 2007 under Bush, but was expanded by Obama. By 2013, it was being used to monitor the online actions of over 100,000 people. What made it particularly unique, though, was that unlike other similar programs which involved intelligence agencies hacking into these companies, in this case, the scale and depth of the surveillance was so vast that there was no way that these backdoors could have been made without help from the companies involved. Per the Washington Post, quote, "The engineering problems are so immense in systems of such complexity and frequent change that the FBI and NSA would be hard-pressed to build in backdoors without active help from each company." This was a massive revelation. After it came out, each company involved began desperately claiming that they had no knowledge of the program and were themselves victims of a secret government plot instead of knowing collaborators. Unfortunately, the document Snowden leaked told a very different story. This heroic truth teller had them by the balls. With just a few sentences, he would have been able to unveil the surveillance network they had helped in building. But he didn't. And that's where I'm going to leave you today. In my next video, I'm going to get into why, what caused Snowden to hold back, as well as the bizarre ideology that connects him, the Cold War hawks at ARPA, the hippie communes, and Silicon Valley tech. Thanks for watching.
Y'all get ready?
Yes, you get ready.
Cartoons on Saturday mornings. We had Sneak at Night with All That, Are You Afraid of the Dark, and many other shows on Nickelodeon. And then as the 2000s came in, we had fashion like Juicy Couture, Baby Fat, Rockwear, and Nietzsche, low-rise jeans. It was such an iconic time back then. But here's the uncomfortable question that we kind of have to wrestle with when we have a lot of this nostalgia. What if we weren't just being entertained? What if we were technically being groomed? And I'm not saying that in like a conspiracy tinfoil hat type of way. And I know many people in the comment section will say, T, you're reaching once again. But let me go ahead and break this down to y'all in this video. I think that we were all groomed. It was not in a fast, dramatic way, but it was in a slow, strategic, cultural normalization type way. Because when you zoom out and you look at everything in context, back then there was a lot of hypersexualization, there were sex tapes, modeling pipelines, child star scandals. And so once you start putting this together, everything starts looking less and less random, and it starts being more and more coordinated. So let's start with the obvious. In the late 90s and early 2000s, a lot of teenage girls were marketed as sexual fantasies. I still remember Britney Spears debuting in her sexy schoolgirl outfit at 16, and everybody wanted to look like Britney. Everybody wanted the outfit, the pigtails, you know, gave this Lolita-esque, type fashion thing. But as kids, we just thought it was cute. We all wanted the little skirts, with the cardigan and everything else. And when you think about it, TRL counted down music videos filled with barely 18-year-old aesthetic. Stores like the Limited 2 targeted 8 to 12-year-olds, but the adult fashion industry was pushing low-rise jeans, visible thongs, and words across the butt, and push-up bras for middle schoolers. I definitely remember being in junior high in 8th grade and wearing a push-up bra, okay? And then let's talk about some of the music. We had songs like Too Close by Next, which is one of my favorite groups. Shout out to Minneapolis. They're from my hometown. But that song was literally a song about feeling aroused by a girl dancing on you in the club. And a lot of us were singing it, dancing to it, grinding, and everything else before we understood the context of that song. And I know I had a conversation a few weeks ago about how a lot of Zillennials, Gen X, and millennials, older millennials, dance like strippers. And I never really understood why, but looking back on it and doing this research, a lot of it was in the music. A lot of our music was winding and grinding. We didn't really do the whole twerking thing back then. A lot of us were groomed to have this stripper aesthetic and dance like strippers on guys. So it's very interesting, like I say, when you go to a club and you see how millennials and Gen X dance versus what Gen Z does on the dance floor. Like on the dance floor, Gen Zs don't even mingle with each other, the guys and the girls. It's very rare. The girls are literally in their corner. They have their cell phone set up and they're twerking for TikTok and Instagram. The guys are all sitting there watching. But when you see older millennials and Gen X, the guys come up and they grab you. They pick who they want to dance with and you dance on the guy and you have a good time. You dance like no one's watching. And this, my good people, is why us millennials dance like strippers. We watched Save the Last Dance over and over. We copied a lot of Nicki's moves. This is literally how I still dance till this day. Unlike Gen Z, who just sits around and watches each other and don't mingle.
When you go to a Gen Z club, someone please teach them how to dance.
That was always our saying back in the day. Dance like no one's watching, and that's what we did. We didn't care about phones and being filmed or if we looked silly. We were just there to have a good time. So I believe a lot of the music back then definitely played into how we danced and how sensual we were as young people. And it still plays on us today, how we dance in the club and at, events versus Gen Z.
If you feeling drunk, put your hands in the air. Hands up. Yes, suddenly we all got our hands up. We put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us.
Bro, I used to bump all this shit. Low key, I'm a young old nigga.
Everybody hands go up, and they stay there, and they say yeah.
And as all this was being normalized to us on places like MTV, BET, and reality television, there also started to emerge teen clubs. And in a lot of these teen clubs, you could get in starting at 14, but the average age for teen clubs around the country was 16.
What we used to do as teenagers and preteens growing up. And she doesn't believe me that we actually, millennials, we had teen clubs. We had teen clubs that we used to go to. You had to be in middle school or high school. And I think it was just for teens. I'm not crazy.
Chat, one of my friends, old person, I know, not friend. I know a person who's in their 50s who had their kid at, bro, I'm being generous, 14. They probably had their kid at 14. And then every chat growing up, every girl I knew, bro, they were having sex like at 16, bro. All of them, like all of them, not all, like like I remember being in middle school and like I was always like, I mean, I was normal. I was like everyone else, but you know, but like I wasn't doing no like extra shit, like, you know, like jumping off skateboards off the roof, or, you know, doing weird shit to teachers, you know, like, or doing, you know, getting in scandals. I was never, you know, I was just, I wasn't doing too crazy shit. You know, sometimes I'll say some funny shit because I was smart, or I'm smart, and I'm bigger, tougher than everybody, so I wasn't scared to like be myself, for the most part. But I remember this girl was like, first off, I had a neighbor when I was a kid, and she was pretty. She was always like pretty-ish, cause she was fit. She would be playing sports, and she was cool. Like she dressed like, cause we're in the hood, so she dressed like, you know, ghetto fabulous. But and her family was kind of like hood. Her parents were young, but I remember like I had a crush on her in school, cause bro, you got like, before when I was in school, bro, I knew about like porn and shit. I knew about like sex and all. Like, bro, I've been like since I was like small. Like I knew about crazy shit early on. Like I'm damn near a millennial. Like I was on adult shit when I was a kid. Like talking about politics and shit. Like in 2007, I was like, yo, you know, you know, I was on some shit. Yeah, like the family friendly shit for me was like Chingy, or like Dr. Dre, like the Chronic album 2001. Like that was family friendly to me. Like we was in the house saying nigga. Nah. I mean, I was saying nigga always, but nah, yeah, we were saying nigga, food. We had gun, like we had cool. Everyone had a like cool car, nigga. We always been on that. Cause you gotta know, like I come from Mexico. In Mexico, this is a saying that like every people from Mexico have. It's like you grow up fast. Everything moves faster over there. Like when I was like my little cousin was like 13, 14, and I was like 18. And then like him and his little niggas chat, they were always like cracking bitches, and the little bitches over there was like 15. Them bitches was trying. They was looking at me like, nigga, like, what you know about? Like, you feel me? They was trying to like, yo, like, why isn't he like, chat, I've been in positions like from like younger. I was 18, but no, bitch, nigga, the bitch chat. First off, bitch is like, nigga, I'm like, bitch, I'm 18. Like, you better, you know, better go on that swing set, bitch. But on top of it, I'm like, bitch, just want some papers. Like, bitch, you ain't gonna catch me like it. And then, but I'm saying, but some more shit, like, I'm like, bitch, I'm trying to look for like love and shit. So I was always like I remember one time we was in the house and everyone was like doing weird shit. Yo, damn near, it was like this close from an orgy. We went to like someone's like, I think 16 party. Nah, so bitch was 14. She was like a year younger than me. I think she was turning 17 or some shit. And we left her party and we went to the homie's girlfriend's house. And then niggas was like, it was 3 girls and 3 guys. And I was like the most handsome nigga there. And the tallest nigga. And all that. Flyest nigga. So like, you got this little nigga with his girl. And his girl was cute and shit. But my homies was like, I don't know if they were jealous. But they're always like, yo, like, she's a hoe. And I would always be like, yo, like, chat, like, I'll be like, I'm too fly for that shit. Like, I'm too, you know, I always thought, I looked at myself like, nigga, I'm the prize. You feel me? I would be stuck up and shit all the time. Like, I'd be like, nah, and bitches would be like, yo, let me do this. And I'd be like, nah. Chat, that bitches be like, yo. And then now I feel like I'm getting like now it's like, oh shit, like, you know the bunny with the clock. Now it's like, yo, nigga. But it's not, fuck that, it's not, like, this is just, like, niggas, cause then I think of it like, oh, nah, it's better to be like this, cause, like I know where them people's is today, it's not, like, it's nowhere I want to be. I mean, but it's always like wherever I'm, like, nigga, if I get a girl pregnant, it's like whatever. Like, I'm, it's still gonna be like, yo, but I'm saying though, like, like, I was always like stuck up, like, bitch, he not gonna do nothing to me, cause I'm like, the homie's like, yo, bro, like, I could send you, like, dude, that bitch be getting fucked, and I'll be like, yo, what? I'll be like, oh, hell nah. I'll be like, that bitch energy going for a buff on me. I would always say that, like, I still believe it to this day, though. Like, if you're promiscuous, all the bad shit, like, people pick up like a sponge. And in a weird way, like, the hormones and the pheromones and the illnesses. Like, I know people who are promiscuous and they're, like, older now. Like, they'll cheat on their wives and shit, allegedly. But most likely, I think they did. And now they got, like, diabetes. And now they got, like, illnesses and shit. And they would always be on, like, other people's businesses. Like, they would always be on some weird shit. So I would always be like, yo, that's because of that. But anyways, like, nigga, it was this close to having an orgy. Because, look, they're going in there taking turns in, like, the homegirl's mom's bed. I think she slept with her mom. Like, I think it was a one room with the restroom and a kitchen. It's, like, in the hood, chat. Like, the hood. Like, I'm from the hood. But we had 2 bedrooms. Like, they're from, like, the fucking hood. Like they're a block away, but they live in, like, a project. Like, Chad, you think the projects are bad. Nigga, this is like damn near Mexico level. Like how last niggas live in the slums. Like, I lived in the slums, but I was like, nigga, I got my own room, so I'm kind of thugging. But y'all niggas though, like, shit. You feel me? So like, niggas in there putting in work, and then like, I'm right there with the girl. She's like 14. I was like 17, and I'm like, cool. You feel me? I'm like, yo. I'm like, chat in my head. I'm like, this bitch. Like, I'm like, hell nah. I'm like, she's like, I'm like, bitch. Let's watch this TV and act like we don't hear what's going on. Like, be for real, bitch. Like, in my head, I'm like, be for real, bitch. Like, like, on my body language, I'm like, cause we kind of got that pressure. Like, you see these niggas making out, and then you see these niggas in here fucking, and then we're just like, mind you, I'm like, aren't even like, this bitch boyfriend 21 years old, nigga. I'm like, bitch, you fucking grown niggas. I'm like, bitch, I'm not touching you. Like, I'm not, whatever. But like, before that, I'm like 15. We're at a party. The homie, yo, this nigga would always get bitch out. He used to use me to get bitches. He would be like, yo, this nigga shot. He would post me on his internet and then this nigga would be chat. He would be like, that nigga was crazy. Like, he would use me to get bitches. And so I'd be like, yo, bro. And I wouldn't mind, cause I'd be like, oh, that girl's kind of pretty. Let's get in their circle or whatever. And then he would be like, yo, he'll talk to him like, yo, you fuck with the homie, and then he'd like joke with him like, oh, that fool, but also you like getting fucked. Like, you feel me? Like, he would like, this nigga will like, chat back then, like, girls didn't have three-factor authentication. Like this is like 2020. This is like 2015 to like 2019. Nah, 15. Nah. Yeah, it's like 2015. Nah. Like 2014 to like 2019. Yeah. So this was like the last like good golden years of internet. It was also when I was in high school, so it was kind of like, I'm around. Nah, that was the truth. After that, after TikTok, yo, these little niggas, chat, they don't know, cause like Instagram was like fly, and it tried to be back then. Everyone made it. People who made it was pure talent. Like, you don't have to pay for no. Like, there was no, bro. Nobody, no bitches were asking for money. This was before chat. No one was. Everything was genuine. Nothing was paid to win. Like, everything was like, bitch. Like, it was so good. Like, people who were good at rapping, they made it. And then, some people try to, put you down, but for the like like no jumper, like they didn't have to pay. That it wasn't weirdos. It was like real people. Like people were doing genuine collabs. Like people's fan bases, like they really connected with like the fan bases were like everything was so cool. And I miss that shit. But what's it called? I also miss how like the people were like living back then. This is before like niggas started doing drugs and overdosing. And this is before like people let like the world destroy them. So it was pretty fly. But yeah, so like these girls were like, we're going to parties and shit. I'm like, this bitch. I'm like, nah. You feel me? I'm in school, I'm in class, and there's just a flock of bitches around me. And each of them, every word, like we're having a conversation, every word they're trying to get off. Chat, bro, look, this is why, bro, my head's so big. Cause it's like, bitch. That's what, chat, that's why I'm like, that's why I got bro, that's why I got an ego, nigga, like, for real. Cause I'll be like, cause it'll be like, like, a girl would say something, and then every girl would say, like, this bitch would be like, oh, I bet he got a big dick. And it'll be like 4 bitches, and we'll be chilling. And it'll be like, this bitch saying something, this bitch saying something. Like, then she going, like, this bitch right here rubbing on my fucking feet. And I'm like, I don't really care. Like, you know, I'm like, and this other bitch, like, let me see your phone. And I'm like, you can see my phone. I'm like, I don't care. See, they're going through my search engine on Instagram and shit. I'm like, all right, what the fuck y'all doing? Like, yeah, y'all niggas, y'all bitches is weird. But y'all cool though, because we just hanging out. That's what we do. Y'all niggas never seen a 6'3" Mexican in your life before. Who started the, like, who had, chat, I don't get my hair cut like this no more. But it was, yo, I'm just gonna tell you, chat, ain't no, like, sheesh, like, y'all don't know for a reason. Like, it was too crazy. Chat, I was like, yo, I should bring it back. Nah, I ain't gonna bring it back. I can't, bro. It's too, like, chat, like, getting haircuts and that's not, like, swag. Like, that's like, what the fuck are you doing, nigga? Like, it's not swag, bro. Chat, it's not swag. Like, niggas getting haircuts, like, bro, be yourself. Like, don't be like everyone else, bro. Trust, chat, you feel a lot better about yourself. You know, not, oh, I gotta get a haircut, I don't feel good. Chat, and it just becomes a vanity thing. Like you're always trying to catch up to something. That's not cool. Like, you could use your energy for more important shit. Especially if you're younger, bro. Like there's more important shit, bro. Like, bro, chat, the worst, like, these bitches swear, yo, nigga, chat, bro. It was always, dude, because it was like, bitch, you don't know what you're like, you don't know what you're doing right now. You don't know who you're dealing with, bitch. Like, chat, teachers was trying to fuck me. Like, it was crazy. I mean, that's why, bro, I don't even be trying to do all that extra shit. Because I'm like, chat, I be like, nigga, I could pull Emma. I could pull this one, nigga. You feel me? Like, bro, like, chat, I'm going for the gold, nigga. Like, I'm going for the gold. Literally, bro. Literally, one day when I made that decision, I was chilling in my old house, and I was kind of like, damn, bro, I'm getting tired of this shit. Like, I'm like, this girl I wanted ended up being, she fucked everything up. She out here playing, she out here, niggas calling her hoe and shit, whore and all that, and I'm like, damn. I'm like, and then these niggas is laughing at her. I'm like, girl, I try to tell you. You feel me? I'm feeling like, hold on, let me put on my watch. So it can make me feel feel important. But yeah, like, whatever. Like, I was like, all right, this is gonna work, right? And then I was like, all right, it's not working out. And then I was being like, I was like, all right, I'm gonna be like the dude who's like, I'm just never gonna give up on her. And then I was like, hold on. I met some other girl. I just got tired. I was like, all right, bro, I'm gonna start talking to other girls because I'm like tired. Or like, is this what, I was like, bro, I'm gonna stop being that, that type of dude. Like, I'm like, all right, bro, like, enough's enough. Like, or I stopped feeling it. Like I stopped feeling like it was like, all right, she's my wife. Like I was like, nah, bro, like come on. So I was like, all right, like I'm like, bro, this isn't like this isn't what you want. And I was like, swag, like I'm like, the best way to fix it is to like whatever, check, because I'm like, if it's gonna work, it's gonna work. If it's not, it didn't. So then I'm on the app. I'm just chilling. I'm on like Wiz and shit, and I'm like, I see a girl chat, and this bitch, I'm like, damn. I'm like, chat, she just looked like Emmy Rue a little bit. So that's what really got me, like, because at the time I was doing like a lot of drugs, not drugs, but I was smoking. I was doing drugs. I was drinking. I was altering my mind every day, but nothing like hard. Like, I mean, weed, mushrooms, cigarettes, but like homemade cigarettes, cigars every day, alcohol like every other day. But yeah, mushroom, yeah, every day, mushrooms and some experimental drugs, some chat, some shit that I love. I'll still dabble in it because it's like science. And I'm like, yo, this girl look like why is she so pretty? But she looked like Emmy, chat. She just looked like Emmy. And I was like, I just kept texting her, and then she liked it, like me texting her, because most guys are like, yo, and then text like a lot of bitches, and they're not really like serious, or like they're just trying to look to hit, right? But I was like, yo, nah, like, yo, what the fuck? Like, nah, don't, like, yo, you're like cool as hell. Like, I was like, she, like, I'll be saying shit. I'll be like, yo, like, I'll be saying shit. I'll be saying Emmy Rue's like chat or comments. And then she was like, that girl like liked it. Cause sometimes I realize like, chat, you know how, okay, some people told me this before, like cheaters were telling me this, or like the old homies. They'll be like, the past homies. They'll be like, bro, like when you cheat on a girl, think about the girl you love while you cheat on her, like, and it helps you like stay hard. And I was like, okay, I kind of get what you're saying, like if you're into it or whatever, like if you trick, like, like if you're lying to yourself, then yeah, because that's how like people get in some situationships and they're not really serious and they're depressed, or like, how you have, I haven't done this, but like, how you heard the stories of people saying they just fuck a lot of people, and then it just, it rinse and repeat, and they get sad at night. Most people could like, you could comprehend how that could happen, because it's like masturbation, or like, everyone gets sad at night, so it's like a very common thing. So y'all, you feel me? So like, I'm saying though, like, what's it called? So I was like, I wasn't fucking bitches doing that, but I was like texting like yo, like, cause I've been, you gotta know, like, I'm on some like, I'm not just talking regular. I'm not just like, hold on, cause I'm not like, cause I'm like a smart nigga, like I'm a fly, like, chat, like I'm like, I make music, bro. Like I wrote like thousands of songs before, like I'm like, I'm good at expressing myself. Like I like, it's like, I'm like a word, like I'm good. I'm smart, bro. I'm smart. Like, I'm funny, like a comedian, like stand up comedian, right? I'm doing like I'm talk to God, and like I have substance, so I could really like, especially like I know it's because I'm genuine, I'm myself, so it's real. So I'm telling her like, yo, like this, and I want this. She's like, yo, cool. So I talked to her, and then like she's like, she's like, oh, I want to be with you. So I'm like, whoa, like I never really had like a relationship, and I'm like, hell yeah, that's cool. So I'm like talking to her, shit. She's showing me her cat, and then it's just she's doing. I'm like, I'm just talking to her and then she told me she had like a sexual assault thing recently happened, and I'm like, and she's like, she don't really want to talk about it. And I'm like, bruh. But yeah, cause you know how Emmy's like famous, so like I'm thinking like, I'm like, wait, bro, like, I'm like, what would she do like me? Like, she wouldn't like pull up on me. Like, you feel me, Chad? Like, should be on. I feel like I'm thinking like she's like a crazy psycho, like streamer. Like, I'm like, bro, this could be her. But like, I'm not really like thinking that. But like, I'm like at the back of my mind, like that's me like wishing that would be happening. Like, wow, that'd be so cool if she liked me. Cause look, nigga, you gotta know I'm like out of my mind. Like I'm high. Like I'm high as hell at the time. So I'm like, all right, fuck it. Like I'm crazy, chat. Thugging, nigga. Everyone went to jail a while ago. The girl I used to talk to, like, broke up. Like, I was never with her, so she can't say broke up with me. But there's this girl who was leading me on. I'll tell her I love her every day. Like, she was like, oh, she loved that shit. Like, she liked the attention, but she was like, whatever. And then like, niggas tried to throw me in jail. It was bad. She had the feds. I'm like, damn. My parents, like, I like left the house and they were like being weird. And I'm like, all right, bro. I came back and they're still being a little weird. And I was like, damn. Like, what? I was in the streets. So then it's like, niggas getting shot. I'm like, damn. Like, I'm thugging, nigga. Like, I feel like the only person who would be able to understand me at the time was Draco the Realer. That's how I fuck with Draco so hard. And I used to think Rio, the young OG, would be like, understand, but I'm like, nah, that nigga lived like a different life. Like, nah, it's some SoCal shit. Like, it's like, nah, there's nobody built like us. Like if you don't know these streets, nigga, you don't know. Like, it's like a sea. Like, it's not like Chicago. It's not like O Block. It's not like any hood, nigga. It's not even like war zones, bro. It's not even like it is gangster for a reason. Like, we were like, it's like we're addicted to this shit, bro. Like, you know, it's like different, bro. Like, it's sad, but it's like it's like highly trained killers. Like, it's crazy. Like, it's like you're in the ocean, like, and like the hoods don't stop, bro. Like, it keeps going. Like, it just keeps going. Like, chat, like, this server is like a map. Like, imagine like a GTA map, but it don't stop. Like, it's just huge. And like, you either like, if you're about that, bro, like, you get over how many times you get pressed, or like how many guns you get. Like, all right, like, it's like you're leveling up in like a PvP game, like League of Legends or Valorant or like Call of Duty. It's like you're playing ranked. And then you're just like, bro, I gotta be the best nigga out here just to survive, like, just to live, bro. Like, nigga, you don't want to go to the store and get bitched, bro. You don't want to be with a girl and some nigga bitches you, or you don't want to feel like a victim, bro. You don't want to feel like a victim. I don't know. You don't want to feel like a victim. Even in like square niggas, I respect, bro. Even like regular people, I don't even like calling them squares because this is the meaning, bro. But like, even like people who just get like jobs, like people who didn't do, even they're like, nigga, like, you gotta respect, like, you gotta respect niggas. Like, you can't be just, you know, you can't be on some bullshit over here. Cause I know, nigga, Chad, like, you won't be surprised who would do some shit. But to be honest, bro, Chad, like, I'm saying, like me and my niggas, like, free my nigga A1, that nigga know, like rappers know that nigga. Like, niggas, like, if niggas you ever hear, like, shut for him, my nigga A1, or if I ain't get from A1, I can't smoke. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, my niggas been in like people's hoods, like people like on airplanes doing deliveries. This is all hypothetical. This is all fabricated. But doing deliveries, allegedly. Free my nigga. But doing touchdowns, nah, Chad, I'm telling you, like, doing, like, nigga, like, the toughest nigga from wherever you think, Chad, like, there, like shit, like, there, bro, like, being there and being around people and then coming back with the trophies. Like, what? Like, straight up, bro, straight up. Like, Chad, these niggas, like, these undercut, it's all connected, bro. This all, like, yeah, so, anyways. So I'm like, I'm talking to this girl, and I'm like, I don't even know how I went to that. Oh yeah, so all that was affecting me, like, so I'm like, damn, bro, like, I can't, like, can't even, like, well, I'm gonna go on Tinder, nigga. I'm not doing that. Like, I'm like, this app's cool, cause this is more like just chill, like conversation. Like, I just want to have a conversation. I just want to talk to somebody. So then I'm like, all right. Me and this girl got close for like a day. Then she was like, and I was like, bro, she reminded me of Emmy. And then she didn't like that. Like, she was scared. Like, I sent her a picture of her, and she was like, oh, yeah, she's pretty. She didn't fuck, like, when I said it, she was like, she didn't fuck with it. And I was like, man. Because she thought I was like, she thought it was something. I was like, bitch, you look like Emmy real. And that's when in my head, the girl was kind of like, why you thinking about another bitch? And I peeped it, Chad, because I'm smart. So then I was like, all right. Because she was saying, like, this was like after the San Diego incident. She was like, and this girl, Chad, if I showed you a picture, well, you'd be like, yo, what the fuck? But anyways, like, this girl, like, Chad, because think about it, nigga, or anyone who, like, watch her and is, like, in love with her, right? Like, parasocially. Nigga, I don't care, like, if a girl, because most of them, like, if a girl look like her, like, damn, like, a lot of guys will go for it. Like, they'll be like, man, fuck it. Because most of these guys don't even know her anyways. Or, like, you feel me, Chad? Like, they don't even, like, for parasocial, like, they're in their head, like, oh, this is, like, meantime. Like, this will get me over, like, till the next day. You feel me, Chad? Like, they're using it, like porn or something. Like, they're kind of, like, and niggas doing that AI porn shit, that's like, I don't get down like that. Like, niggas can't get jiggy to that shit. But I'm saying, like these niggas is like thinking like, yo, like, then their head are like, bro, like, well, this girl's gonna fall off eventually, or we're just watching her. Cause that's how I used to think. Like, I'll be like, I remember, like, bitch, why am I watching this? Like, I'm like, nigga, I feel like a loser. Like, this girl is not like, I'm right here in chat. She's not giving a fuck, nigga. I'm gonna go, like, nigga, shit, like, I tell myself, like, what am I doing, bro? Like, realistically, like, enough of this internet shit, nigga. Hit the streets, nigga. I gotta go do something by my life. So I'm like in the hood. I'm texting this nigga, these girls, these bitches, like, whatever. And I'm just like, yo, bitch, this, and all. But then I'm like, man, fuck that. Like, it really didn't get me anywhere. So I was like, all right, what's gonna get me somewhere then? So then, like, all right, so back to me talking to that girl, because I'm thinking in my head, I'm thinking like, this is the way, like, real girl, she looks pretty, she kind of look like her, but it's like, whatever, like, it's looks aren't the thing, looks aren't everything, right, Chad? Like, like 70-30, like 70 personality, 30 looks, or whatever you guys want it, whatever. So I'm like, yo, it's not really like, I'm not like a goddamn, like, Twitch deal contract, but I'm like, I tell her, I'm like, we're gonna make this work. And then she starts thinking negative, like, nah. And I'm like, what? What do you mean, nah? And she was like, oh, it's just too much. I can't really. Chat, she thought, like, if I pulled up on her, it would have been a different story. But I was like, I was fresh out of some situations, so I couldn't really. You feel me? I was like, yo, I could, but I can't right now. I have to keep a low profile and shit, because I'm getting. If I don't, then I don't know what's gonna happen. You feel me? I mean, I'm not gonna, like, I'm not pussy. Like, I'm not gonna die. Like, I don't got ops. But I'm saying, like, I might go to jail or some shit, or I might get in trouble. Like, I still, so the girl got, like, kind of scared or whatever, or turned off. Like, she was like, oh, he don't got his life together or something. She was like, oh, I can't deal with this. So she was like, oh, I can't or whatever. And I'm like, all right. And then I was just like, damn, I'm on my phone. I'm like, fuck, bitch. That girl was, like, cool looking. Like, yeah, I'm like, yo, that girl, that could have been something. And I'm thinking genuinely, like, damn. And I'm like, Shaq, all right, be for real. What you gonna do? Because then I'm like, I hit up this other girl, you know, that I used to talk to. I'm like, I'm hitting up 2 girls that I used to talk to all the time. And I'm thinking like, all right, if anyone, these are like the closest ones to like something. But then I'm like, I told myself I was talking to God. I don't know if, I was talking to God. I was like, yo, God. I was like, and then he kind of put in my head like, nigga, what if you could, like, because this is after I hit my, like, XLR was doing millions of views, and I felt like, I was like, bro, I made it. Like, next week I'm gonna get like interviews, and I was already thinking in my head like, yo, what's gonna happen in my life? Like, I made it. Like, I made it. Like, I'm gonna be rich. Like I'm, all my dreams come true. Like my song blew up. Check, cause you gotta think about it. Like getting 50 views in a day, like on the song, like that was crazy. Like, cause I was getting like a couple. I was getting like, damn, this song got 10 views, and 3 of them are me. And like now, like today, like I'll get 100 views a day, or like 50 views, like song views. And I'm like, 50 views a day, that's crazy. So now I feel like I made it. And then like I'll post TikToks and they'll get like 100, like they'll get like 1,000 views. Or something. Like, I posted a video reacting to Emmy clips, like Emmy Rue, the fun run shit with the Red Bull. Nigga, that shit got 67 likes, and I'm like, damn. That's just for y'all, if anyone was watching. But I'm like, damn, 67, like, damn, that's crazy. Like, that's like consistent. So I'm like, damn, like, what if people are starting to like get, starting to realize. So now I'm like, all right. In my head, I'm like, I'm talking to God every day. Obviously, I'm thanking Him every day. I'm thanking Him for breathing, nigga. I'm everything, cause I'm like, nigga, my song went crazy. God is speaking to me, and then all the mushrooms is the weed, and being like high, also kind of made me feel, the high making me feel like I'm doing good, like, cause I'm high, cause I feel like, I'm off nicotine. I have my head high. My body feels relaxed, I'm alcohol, so the alcohol got me spiritually drunk, and then the weed, it got me thinking different, and then the mushrooms just got me thinking like love, like all the love, like I just feel in love, you feel me? Like love is just flowing through my body, and it's the drugs, hitting my brain and all that, and then everything going good for me, like musically, and I'm getting like money's coming in. And I'm tripping out. Like, money's not coming in crazy, but money's coming in. And it's winter time, Christmas, it's all God and all that. And I'm like, yo. And then I won hella money. I won like $10,000. I won $7,000 on stake, and like with the dollar. And then I'm like, yo, what the fuck? I just won $7K. And then I'm like, well, I got a new, chat. I'm feeling like, yo, God is really like, that nigga really like I'm asking for everything. So I'm like, all right, bitch, if I'm getting everything I want, if I got the Fairly Odd Parents, I'm thinking like, all right, what girl, like what girl do I want? And I'm like, yeah, Chad, like, just, you could go on your phone and you could find a bad bitch in like 2 seconds. Just like, you go on the streets and you could find well, back then, this was like a saying I heard from my dad. He was like, you could find a prostitute any corner. He'd be like, you could get a bitch, you could get sex anywhere, he would say. And he was like, but girl, you don't, whatever, like, you don't get a, and I was like, oh, so you don't get like I kind of get what he's trying to say. Like, I was like, all right. I'm like, but like a wife or something, it's like impossible. So like, that's like, so I was like, okay, I could find a 1,000 bad bitches or freaks or whatever. And around this time, the bitches were like, yo, Chad, I had an ex bitch. Yo, Chad. Wait, hold on. I gotta listen to music, fool, cause I gotta take this back. I might rap on this. I think I already did though, but hold on. Man. But I should just rap about this shit. Yeah. Yeah. But okay, but let me finish what I'm saying though. Cause I'm telling God, right? Cause I'm like, the bitch, I'm getting, chat, bitches that are bad, like, are sending me crazy shit, like, for free, like, chat, nah, like, bitches who are like, these bitch chat, like, these nigga, look, okay, nah, I'm not gonna say that, that's corny, but, chat, bitches that the most nigga quagmire ass niggas, sex fiending nigga. They would be like rich niggas, millionaire niggas, Epstein niggas. Like, I must say they weren't kids obviously, but like, well, not obviously, y'all don't know me, but it wasn't like under like, okay, bitch might have been 17, but I'm like 20 something. Like, I'm like 21. It's like 21. Like, you feel me? But it's like, I'm like. And the bitch turned 18 like a day after I met her or some shit. But anyways, so I'm like, the bitches is that I'm like, nah, Shaq, that's not real. And mind you, I'm not fucking these bitches. Like, it's just they're just trying to. I'm not really doing, like I'm like, cause there's also a lot of instances where girls will try to give it up quick, and I'd be like, bitch, what do you mean? Like, I'll take it, like, we'd be playing like we were going bar for bar, like, all right, this is what you want, all right, this is what I want, like, kids, whatever. And then I would expose them for being dumb, like, they're not like in the public sense, but like I'll be like, bitch, like, do you even know how to, like, I'm like, no, this is how shit works. And they'll be like, oh, and then like the facade will break, and I'll be like, bitch, like, what? Like, I wouldn't say bitch, but I'll be like, so this is not how you think? And they'll be like, oh no, and then they'll be like, oh, I'd rather just not, they'll be like, they'd rather live in bliss, chat, or they'd rather live in like a lie, but be like, but be like, I'm like, yo, you're not, like, how's this gonna work if you're doing, like, no, this isn't how this works, like, because and a lot of times I'll be like, damn, I'm too smart for like certain, like, it just wouldn't work out because I'm too like I care about important shit in life, and like, and this is, and a lot of people might get offended, but they care about other shit that I care about. Like, there's niggas who care about having a car that makes people think they're rich, or getting jewels. Like, nigga, like, this shit come to me, bruh. Like, I don't gotta fake like. It's like my rap. I don't gotta sit down with 30 niggas and they write to me how to be me. I'm me, nigga. Like, I live this shit. So I'm being a disservice to myself, not keeping it real with myself. Like, that shit come with energies. And my mom be saying shit like that, like, saying like, but that shit comes with baggage and bad shit. It's real. Like, it's not just spiritual jargon. It's like, yeah, nigga, you gotta answer to something. Like, like if you're playing the part, you gotta answer. Like, it comes with it. It comes with the bad. Like, it comes with it. Like, doing certain shit comes with it. Like, with the repercussions. It's being in the hood. Like, being in the hood. Talking about dead ops. Chat, or like always trying to fit the profile. Always trying to be that. Chasing that is always gonna destroy you. Like, niggas is always like, bro, like, you niggas is insecure and you trying to, like, you trying to buy your security, which is like counterintuitive, or like people be worried about the wrong shit, bro. Like, y'all out here, like, I know girls, chat, who were cool, like MySpace era girls, scene girls, like OG girls, like girls like Emmy would probably like look up to or something. Like, I know them in real life because I was hanging out with adults when I was like a kid, which someone should have checked on that, but my dad was an immigrant and my mom was like handicapped, so it was like, yo, what the fuck, nigga, we're homeless, so I'm at families' houses and they got older. The age dynamic don't really mix, like, because we weren't living with my grandparents, like we were all over the place, so because my grandma died and my grandpa kicked us out with his like new wife, and then family was fighting for power. So that's why I don't really trust them. It's like, all right, you guys kind of wanted us out anyways, because you guys want to be secure, with your dad. Like, you guys want to have a nice house. So you guys are gonna fight for the throne, I guess. So that's cool. But what about me? I'm a child, and you guys are supposed to love me, and I'm supposed to grow up with multiple people being like influences. Like it's not my parents are in their 20s, bro. And my dad don't even know how to speak English all well, and he don't got papers. Like he's working at a factory. Like I'm like, my mom can't work. Like the fuck, you feel me, chat? And I'm like, and my grandma just died, and she's like, she used to take care of me. Like what? Like where? I'm like, damn, but I thank God though, cause God. I seen God or whatever. I'm blessed. I had my PlayStation 2 and shit. Like I was playing GTA San Andreas. I was handsome. I'm tall. Like I mean, eating non-GMO food, tomato. My grandpa was cool until he was pussy whipped. So it was like whatever. Rest in peace. But his wife died too, so he was fucked up. He didn't really get to live his dream and shit. My grandma died, so that really hurt. Like that really, like nah. And then my cousin, like niggas is getting shot in the streets. Me and my cousins flew flaming mansions, like we breaking into houses, stealing shit, like running from cops. People getting shot. Niggas trying to break into our house. Niggas getting shot. Cartel niggas. So it's like it's all that too. And it's like and on top of that, like the everyday struggles, like being in America, and then racism too. I think with racism, going to school, dealing with shit like that. It's like, yo, what the fuck? Like, oh shit. Like, damn. I was dealing with that too. So I was dealing with the shit everyone else was dealing with. Plus all this shit. Nigga. I held a shotgun. First time I held a gun, I was like 4 years old. My grandpa was telling me how to use it. He was like, you shoot this shit like that. He come from Sinaloa, chat. I don't know. Like, I would always tell niggas like this who were my age group in high school. I'm like, nigga, I come from cartel niggas. How do you think cartel niggas treat their kids? You think they treat them lovey-dovey? Or do you think they teach them how to be killers, bro? Like, teach them, kill your dog, your best friend on some Naruto shit. Uchihas, like, I'm like, nigga, cartel niggas are desensitized. They chop people's heads off and they do crazy shit. If I come from a family of that, nigga, my grandma, I'm not gonna be eating cookies and milk, nigga. I'm not gonna be niggas not telling me they love me. Niggas telling me not to be a bitch. Niggas beating me and disciplining me to be a certain type of individual. And niggas like, damn, I never thought about it like that. And I'm like, well, yeah, nigga, like, chat. So when in high school, I was learning family etiquette from other families, and I would be like, I was like homeless. If it was like I was like homeless at school. Like school saved me a little bit because I was like, meeting friends and people felt bad for me, so they would feed me and I would be staying at their house. Obviously, when you're a kid, some families trying to abuse you. Like, this dude's mom might be a freak and she might be trying to fuck me, or something. And I'm just there like, yo, I'm with my friends and we have video games and food. I don't know what's going on, chat. And I'm like. People like you don't know who's who. Like you don't know anybody. So I'm just at a stranger's house is getting food and they're being nice and they're like, yo, maybe they're trying to get off on some like, oh, we be charitable to him. He don't really have nothing. If we're nice to him, it'll make us feel better. We get to heaven. Maybe some people are genuinely nice and God bless them. But I remember not like learning manners from other people, like learning how to order with my friends. Like I didn't know how to order food. Like I'd be like, so like I can't, I'd be like weird, chat, like crazy, like an animal, like literally, like unconscious. Like I was conscious, obviously gangsta and smart, but I wasn't like I was like, yo, like how you guys are nice to each other for free. Like I remember hanging out, chat, girls would like take me home and they would take me like basically on dates and shit, and I wouldn't even think like. I'd be like, yo, what? Like, I was like, I thought you just fuck with me. Like, we're friends. Like, this is what friends do. Like, I didn't even know. Like, I was oblivious to shit like that. That's why I fuck with, like, Dragon Ball, because Goku was kind of like that. But he was with, like, he had hands, though. Like that nigga, nobody seen him on, like, but, he didn't even know. He was like, what? I'm like, bitch, what? You trying to suck my what? Like, what? You feel me? Like, or, I'm like, I'm like, oh, I know about like porn and shit, but like that's like, like when you trying to kiss me, trying to hold hands and shit, like, you know. I'm like, all right, shout out to Emmy Rue. I would watch her this whole time, like all the time. Oh, what? It's still hard to get the hose. Yeah, that's funny. But I'm saying though, like, yeah. So I'm like, these bitches taking me. I'm like, yo, I don't even get it. Like, I don't understand it. Like, I'm not thinking like, you know, like a weirdo, like, and people, you know, whatever. So like, I'm doing all that shit, thugging. So I had like there's like a disconnect. Like I remember like hella times there was girls who were trying to like get freaky and shit, and I'd just be like, nah. Like I wouldn't understand like fully, but I'd be like, I know it's not this. Like I know it's not this. Like I know I want this, but I know this ain't it. Something telling me this ain't it, and I'm gonna trust that, cause that's what keep me. It's like street sense, chat, or like I'm subconsciously I understand some shit that I might not fully like understand, like consciously, like up front, like it's like, why aren't you doing this with this girl? But and in the back of my head it's like, yo, bro, like this is what this is gonna lead to. Like you don't want to. This you gonna get into some situation. You don't want to get into situations with certain people. Like, so I would always like, you know, I'd be like, all right, bitch, like nah. So like, what's it called? So yeah, so like, I was like thinking like, cause yeah, check, I'm like serious. Like I'm really like that. Like these niggas. Like I'm serious, nigga. Like I'm not really. Like my niggas is doing dope and shit, cocaine and shit. Like I'm a kid. Like I'm thugging, nigga. I used to like smuggle shit across the border when I was like 3, nigga, like 5, 6, 7 years old. I was in the streets of Mexico with like real serious niggas when I was like 3 years old. When I was a baby, before I was even conscious, I was with killers, nigga. Child, like niggas tell me stories. There's baby pictures of me in dangerous hoods, like Mexico, like. Not gangster shit. Fuck the gangster shit. Like crazy. Chat, y'all niggas know the Mexicans is crazy, nigga. Like, shout out to like the black niggas know, like black people who's really like that, who's really moving dough. Like, chat, we think was giving niggas cocaine, nigga. Like, gangs and shit was going to war for their Mexican connects, bro. Like, that was all real. Like, nigga. Y'all niggas ever seen Snowfall? Basically, nigga, telling my life story, nigga. What? That's how, like, for real, dude. Like, I ain't no cap, nigga. No cap in my rap, nigga, in my speak. Like, nigga, I'm a founder of America, nigga. Like, for real. Like, the State of the Union right now, chat. Like, I'm a real big player in this shit. Like, I'm important. Like, to everything, to hip hop, to everything. Like niggas know, like since a young nigga, chat, like I was born into it, like the OGs from the OGs from Mexico, like my ancestors, my grandparents and all that. They prophesized me. They would be like, yo, you gonna go over there, you gonna have a kid, and he gonna handle business, or that nigga gonna be, you know, like nigga, like I'm gonna be the head of the family on some shit. The family's like, chat, what? I was bred for this shit, nigga. Like what? Like my grandfather, like niggas really come from like niggas really come from that. I just saw my great aunt, like grand aunt, my grandpa's sister, at the cemetery. I went to go visit her. Like I didn't even get to see her die, but I went to go see her buried, and I would always speak to her, and it was always love, and she would always talk about like Sinaloa warfare and shit. And she, you know, God bless her and shit. She like, niggas had to maneuver through that shit. Niggas just had a meeting right now. Was about some important shit I can't even talk about. Well, I could talk about, but Mexican meetings, like, no, like family shit, like crazy shit. But I'm really like I'm telling you, these niggas, like even my family know I'm like that. Like and my family is kind of like that, and even they're like, yo, this nigga crazy, like. But it's like, nigga, what you gonna, like, nigga, I'm the only nigga in this shit. Like, who gon', free the homie. I remember the homie told me one day that I told him something that stuck with him. He was like you gotta be the stepper for your family. Like who else gonna do it? And then he was like, yo, I gotta be something. Like I gotta be gangster. And he understood it. But I remember, but it's true, nigga. Like you gotta step up to the plate sometimes, and it's gonna hurt because when you step up, you're responsible for more shit. But and it's not no just finances stepping up, but like like you care about your hood, you care about like where you from, your friends, your family, and there's some shit you gotta deal with. You gotta go to funerals, you gotta get shit in line. Sometimes you might have to get violent with people. Sometimes you might put your freedom in jeopardy. Sometimes you this, sometimes that. Sometimes you gotta take the hard, you gotta take a bullet, nigga. Sometimes there's people because you really think about people who done that for you, and then it's like, yo, they did that shit too. Like it's like niggas, it's like veterans going to war, like World War II veterans being your grandfather. Like how you of course you gonna nigga, you ain't gonna, nobody asking you to go blow niggas heads off overseas, but you gotta be more aware and like conscious of what you got, your freedom. So I like, you feel me? I get that, cause I grew up like nigga, I'm in the hood. Child, I'm with the worst of the worst. Like, I'm like, all my neighbors were veterans, right? Nigga, Vietnam, World War II, Vietnam again. But the nigga said he was in World War One. I don't know. I was like 11 years old, and he was old as hell, so the numbers kind of match up. And then this nigga over here, his grandpa was in, because like, we live in the hood, so it's like that's where they're at, in the streets, in the hood, all that. So yeah, I'm coming from that. So I'm like on some other shit. Like niggas are crazy. Like niggas is, like nigga, my dad, like my grandma, my other grandma, the one I never even met her. Like she died, and God bless her soul. She got killed by her brother, and then her brother was trying to rape her and shit. So it's like that should affect me too. Like that shit pissed me off. Like I was like, nigga, what? I didn't know that until after he died. Like I remember I hugged this nigga. Like I dapped him up one time when I was a kid. Nigga, I would have not done that if I knew that. Nigga, you would have been out of here, nigga. Like, I don't give a fuck. You feel me, Chad? Like, I don't give a fuck, nigga. Like, I don't give a fuck. Because I was in situations where I couldn't. Where giving a fuck would get me killed, Chad. Like, where to, nigga? Like, nigga, crystal meth in niggas' pockets and Mac 10s and Mac 11s. Nigga, AK-47s. Like, when I rap like that, Chad, it's not no bullshit, nigga. Like, AK-47s, Mac 11s. Amen at your brethren. Like, niggas really trying to kill each other's brothers and shit. Like, on the streets, nigga. East side, nigga. Colton, nigga. Like, all that, nigga. Fucking nigga talking about, nigga. Like, these niggas thinking, niggas don't like, nigga, it ain't 2 p.m., nigga. Out here in this bitch, nigga. Pocket full of powder, nigga. Angel dust and shit, nigga. I'm 14 years old, nigga. Nigga trying to bang. You trying to bang on who? Nigga, you came to the wrong house. What, nigga? You know how many soldiers in this bitch? Real life gorillas. Like, niggas look like gorillas. Niggas look like gorillas. And these niggas ain't even black. Like, these niggas is black Indian. Like, they mix with, nigga, my great aunt, one of my aunts looked like a witch. Like, real life. Like, witch. She looked like a witch. She do witchcraft. Like, real shit, though. Not no fucking boo-boo shit. Like, real shit. Niggas shit, like real life shit, nigga. The fuck, nigga. What a nigga talking about, nigga? Like real chat, niggas. I'm going to then nigga. Mind you, a nigga like me going to school on Monday, nigga. Bit teacher talking about some. She in love with fucking Thor. That nigga who was playing Thor, Chris, whatever the nigga name is. The bitch like shut up, like she's some white bitch, like. She like pumpkin spice and shit, and she watched Hallmark movies, and she tried to tell me I ain't shit. Like, bitch, what? I'm crying in class. I'm like, nigga, my uncle just got shot, just to see who give a fuck. Like, niggas ain't, y'all niggas, damn, fuck y'all, nigga, I'm a dip. Niggas is really dying. Like, y'all niggas worried about the next nigga. Y'all niggas worried about my pants. Y'all niggas laughing. I got Walmart pants. Nigga, I don't give a fuck about no pants, nigga. That's what y'all niggas worried about? Pants. Mind you, I'm wearing $400 shoes. So I don't, the pants just fit me. Like, you feel me? I'm like, I'm wearing $400 shoes, nigga. So, y'all niggas got, yeah, cool. Y'all niggas got some Levi's pants, jeans, but y'all niggas, I don't even know what type of shoes those is. A6 or whatever them shit's called, man. Worry about, you know, niggas gotta worry about some other shit. Niggas in jail and shit. Niggas gotta worry about that. Nigga, I'm worried about niggas getting shot and shit. People I love. Cause I'm be like, nigga, I gotta answer that. I gotta answer this shit like that. Nigga, I gotta go to funerals, nigga. And I'm 14. You feel me, Chad? I'm like, nigga, I'm 14. I gotta do that. Nigga, Chad, there's still shit that's still, like, I have suppressed memories. Nigga, imagine I knew, nigga, I'd probably fuck around and think about some shit I don't even want to think about, nigga. For real. For my own good, nigga. For my own good. Cause I'm gangster, nigga. I'm telling you, chat. Word. Free, you know what I'm saying? Real life shit. So it's a miracle, chat. It's a miracle that I could be coherent and I'm on here chilling, spilling. It's a miracle I get to rap, nigga. Cause I don't want to, chat, you don't want to, like, I'll be on some other shit. These niggas don't get me, though. Niggas don't know what I've been through, though. Yeah. So you feel me? That's I gotta keep this shit going, bro, cause when niggas be talking about PTSD, I be like, wow. I be like, you went through a hard time, didn't you? You went through some hard, sweetheart. You went through some hard shit. Yo, chat, or like when niggas talk gangster, it's like, nigga, what? It's like, if I don't know you, you not gangster, nigga. You feel me? And I know a lot of people before they even, like, you know, I'm like, all right, bro, I know you. Some niggas is gangster though, but you know, it's like it's a mutual, like, we get it. Like, for example, like Emmy Rue gangster. She gangster. Here's some more gangster people I know. My nigga Draco gangster. My nigga A1 gangster. That nigga C-Mac gangster. Yeah, and people might not understand that, but it's like, it's not really like, he really, like, he bout what he bout, bruh. And nigga, he bout what he bout. You feel me? Like, he don't start nothing that. Like, he bout what he bout, bruh. All y'all niggas are here. Alright, so who else gangster? God's gangster on Gangster Crip. God's gangster. Who else? 50 Cent gangster. Tony Ayo gangster. My little niggas gangster. My sister gangster. My mom gangster. My grandparents were gangsters. Great grandparents were gangsters. My cousin gangster. My cousin really gangster. My other cousin gangster. My nephew gangster. My cousin's son is gangster. His mom got shot in front of him. He was in the backseat. It was like, see, that's crazy too. That's like what he going through. He saw his mom die in the car. That's crazy. It's not. See, that's gangster. It's not always gangster. Ain't always good. My great aunt gangster. You fifth me. Shit. Who else gangster in this bitch? No Blood. Dahida No Blood gangster. You fifth me. Hold on, let me. Niggas on my YouTube gangster, nigga. God gangster. Like I said, Emmy Rue gangster. She gangster. Let me see. Yeah. Shit. Oh, that nigga Charlie gangster. That nigga gangster. That nigga gangster. What?
Hi.
Nigga, what? Bro, what the fuck? What's this nigga doing, dog?
Good evening, YouTubers. Today I have an unboxing. Actually, I have already unboxed, but this is one of the most trending RC mini car. So this is a 1.64.
Bruh, nigga, yo, chat, nigga trying to jack my shit? Like, what's niggas trying to steal my song or something? Yo. Yo, niggas trying to steal my shit, nigga. Yo. Yo.
Hi, good evening, YouTubers. Today I have an unboxing. Actually, I have already unboxed, but
Oh, Goku gangster, Akira Toriyama gangster.
Is one of and
Hey, that's that's gangster. But anyways, enough about me. All right, we're back. I feel like it's important, bro, to like get under. I want to be like understood a little more, cause it's important. I feel like it's important in his life, cause it's like, niggas, like I know if I want for what I want, I gotta do that. Like my music, like XLR going crazy. People kind of understand it, and it's like that dream. It's like it's something that we all have. It's something we all share. Like we all share that. Like we all share that love, bro. And I just gotta say it's God. Like the love for like Jesus Christ. Like I have to say it's that, dog. Cause it's like that's the only thing that kind of get close to that definition of what I feel. And it's like niggas could go like nigga. I used to think sometimes I believe nigga like I can't say I'm atheist. Like I can't say I'm not a religion. This ain't a religion. This is God. Like nigga, I used to think nothing gonna happen for my own, just to be like yo, just cause I don't want to get surprised by some bullshit, or I don't but I was living through all that, so it's kind of how could you like nigga like my OG my young niggas told me. And it's fucked up because I don't even know if the niggas dead. They're not dead. But I remember my young nigga told me, how could God be real with all the bullshit that goes on in the world? And I was like, I feel you. But I was like, that good in your heart, that was like, nigga, God is real. And we is gonna fix that. Like we like trust. And me giving them hope, nigga, that shit made me feel gangster. Like nigga, what? Like, y'all niggas better not have your head down around here, nigga. Like we all we got, nigga. So yeah, and shit, nigga. So chat, take that home with you. And you fifth me, take that home with you, nigga. On some gangster shit. Keep it gangster, keep like gangster, like real gangster, like chat, cause I got you, nigga. I got you, bruh. If you ain't, I don't give a fuck, nigga. If it's gangsta, I got it, man. You feel me? Yeah. I be changed. I don't give a fuck, buddy, nigga. What they cap? Everybody whip in a goddamn mansion. Diamonds on my neck, bitch. You know they stay dancing. Yeah. And the crib stay active. I don't give a fuck about these niggas and they acting. Niggas trying to take the beat down, get a reaction. I was in the trap, but the niggas really, really moving on weight. I ain't give a fuck about hate, bitch. I need to drop it now, nigga. I can never wait. Niggas trying to find escape. I be banging with the apes. All these motherfuckers whack, all these motherfuckers fake. I be shredded in a bitch. Fuck with me and shit. XLR this hit, you know that's a fucking hit. Yo, really in the shit, cause I'm really with the shit, bitch. I'm really stacking shit. I can't wait. Go on the trip. Mac 11 stack to my fucking hip. Suppress on the goddamn hip. You ain't heard about that, you lit. You don't know about me, then you don't know about me, you know this, yeah. Bitch, I'm chilly, ice cold hit, yeah. All my diamonds on my body, yeah, they hit. Going like this shit, like this shit, yeah. Put it on the playlist and let it hit. In the bed, body with the shits. Inshallah to my niggas listening to my shit. Stack up big, rack up big, yeah. Inshallah again, inshallah for real. I'm really in the field with the trill. Niggas getting killed, nigga like still. But we bulletproof in it, got that shit. Feel like 50 cause we bulletproof for real. Big body with level 3 and shit. Kevlar underneath my fresh fit. That's some all-star shit. And I done pressed it on the heat press with my vinyl cutter. That's a cameo 5 alpha with them spiders with them siders with done battles with them Delta Force niggas. I don't about the house. I don't give a talk about little boy that watch your mouth. Little boy that's watch your mouth. I don't care if you grown. I be flying in a drone. I be I be blowing up them homes like trilling like whoa. I just know the truth like yeah. Whoa. I just know the truth like whoa. Man, that is in the mess. 745s in my making hat. Chiller in the chiller, ice cold grill mess. I got me.
Young Metro, don't gonna trust you. I'm gonna shoot you.
Whoa, yeah. And still keep me happy. And I got some guys hat. Gold ring, bitch. I'm triller in the app. You rain shit, damn. In my stance. All my jewels real and they ain't making yeah, bitch. My diamond, yeah, my jewelry is timeless, nigga. My jewelry don't tarnish, nigga. Y'all niggas gotta go get the only jewelry that tarnishes the grills, nigga. Cause my jeweler ain't, you feel, nigga. But it's a pink diamond in that bitch, though. So you gotta keep it clean, you dig? Well, alright, listen to that. You feel me? Yeah, I be chillin'. I don't give a fuck, buddy, nigga, what they cap. Everybody whip in a goddamn mansion. Diamonds on my neck, bitch, you know they stay dancing. Yeah, and the crib stay active. I don't give a fuck about these niggas and they acting. Niggas trying to take the beat down, get reaction. I was in the trap, but them niggas really, yeah, really moving all the way. I ain't give a fuck about hate, bitch, I need to drop it now, nigga, I can never wait. Niggas trying to find escape, I be banging with the apes. All these motherfuckers whack, all these motherfuckers fake. I be triller in a bitch, fuck with me and shit. XLR this hit, you know, that's a fucking hit. If a nigga got a problem, yeah, you hit him with the blitz. I'm a bow, then never exists in it, bitch. I be trilling with the 6, that's a 777 up. Sipping with this shit, cribbing with this shit, at me with the, yeah. At me with the kiss, I'm on sit block with a goddamn rock in my, yeah, nigga, don't get shot when play route, they ain't play about none, nigga. Free my niggas out the streets, on the run, nigga. Having fun, nigga. Tommy gun, nigga. Tight rider, nigga. I'm a riders, nigga. I'm a goddamn West Coast and most nigga. Southsiders, nigga. Where you find them, nigga? Really trillin', nigga. Really active, nigga. Make it happen, nigga. Make it rapping, nigga. Oh my bad, I messed up the edit. Hold on.
Beautiful.
All right, bruh. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna post that. Shout out to the homie. Shout out to my Indian bruv. Shout out to you watching. Sanity say my bad. What's the word? Oh my bad. I messed up the edit. Hold on. Hold on. Let's go on kick. Cause I want like the longer form. It's all good. It's all good. Cause let me see. Yeah, we're gonna post that. Yeah, so we're gonna upload our music on Pornhub if the sample don't clear. Yo. Shout out to the homie. He used my song in the video. Okay. He did a little edit. He did an edit and shit, and I just think it's kind of gangster. Look at it. Oh look, yo, this is thugging.
That's it.
Chad, show him some love. He put my name. He did all this shit. He's thugging. He put look. Oh my bad, I messed up the edit. Hold on.
Beautiful.
Okay, we're gonna download it. Let's see if CapCut fixed, cause normally the CapCut is fucked up on browser, but I think CapCut learned its lesson, so it should work. If not, we're just gonna edit it on my phone and shit, on some shit. Yeah. That song's a slapper. Still, that song they just love it. It's just an algorithm song now. They'll listen to my music eventually. Well, they listen to it. People listen to my shit, but not like they don't go crazy for it like that. Like this one, hell no. I think it just needs to like settle down first or some shit. It needs to like find its audience. Now the people just this song makes the most money, so I don't know why I'm complaining. It makes like they love that shit the most. It's the most monetized song I have. Like per cap, like it just it makes more money than the rest of them, because the rest of the songs are kind of like remixes, or not remixes, but okay, it's not royalty free, but it's like what is it? Like they could use my music. It just makes the most money for me. This song just makes the most. Like, I get paid extra when people listen to this shit, cause I bought like the licenses. I'd have like secret licenses for it. Like I have like I paid extra for the shit. Content ID. It has content ID. How do I crop? Lil Mon's got salt in the shot. My niggas is really with it. Young niggas. Excuse me. Okay, I need to put this like right there. Alright. Fan made. Alright, look, chat, I'm making this video. Shout out to the homie. He used my song in the video. Okay, he did a little edit. He did an edit and shit, and I just think it's kind of gangster. Look at it. Oh, look, yo, this is thuggin'.
That's it.
Chat, show him some love. He put my name. He did all this shit. He's thugging. He put look. Oh my bad. I messed up. I'll put it in the edit. Hold on. Description. Yo, the song just, nigga, it made me think like the bug or whatever that was, like it was meant to be there. Like he hears it, like he knows, like they know him. Like when like the bugs in niggas' houses, when they see this video, they're gonna be like, yo, that's the nigga. Yo, hey, hold on. Hey, I stop. Let me download this. Yeah, we're gonna record some music later. I just wanted to record well, we should listen to this because I just recorded this. You feel me? I be changed. I don't know. Oh yeah, okay, wait. Let me finish my story then, I guess. So then, I told God. I was talking to God after all that. I was going through my mind, and I was like, literally like that. But the way it goes through my mind, it went by my mind so fast. Now it's like, it's just I'm trying to explain it to the people. But I was like, yo, what girl do I want? Like, it's like, you know, like you think like, what girl? Like I was just like, bro, like what do I like? I was just like, bro, I know it sounds crazy and impossible, but I was like, bro, Emmy. Like if I'm gonna go for something, I'm gonna go for Emmy. Like I'm like, even if I fail, I'm be like, bruh, I'm gonna go for it. Like that's like, cause it's like no, like I'm gonna have no regrets. Like I'm gonna be like, yo, that's like if I'm with any other girl, I'm gonna be like, yo, like I'm still gonna be watching Emmy Rue on Twitch. Like, and I'm, you know, and not even just watching her, but like I'm gonna be like, yo, like yo, Emmy's cool. You feel me? Like just like I don't know. Type shit. What is this, bro? Damn, she seems so tired. Oh yeah, shout out to fuck. Okay, I'll just put it. Or am I doing this wrong? Okay. Alright, so that's uploading there. How do I upload on here? Nigga, is not that the app button? Oh. That's it, bro. I mean, it is kind of made for kids. I'm not. You're just gonna post it. We don't say any bad words, huh? Okay, bro, check it. It's fine. But yeah. Yeah, so I think I have a chance with Emmy Roots. I mean, we don't know until we know, bro. But that would be so sick. What else does this dude have?
भारत में काफी लोगों को मजबूरन करीबी देखनी पड़ती है अपने 150 करोड़ के पेंट हाउस से, क्योंकि ये बेचारे सीईओज आज भी बुर्ज खलीफा में फ्लैट अफोर्ड नहीं कर पा रहे हैं।
पिछले 5 सालों में काफी एम्प्लॉइज जॉब छोड़कर खुद का स्टार्टअप बनाने चले गए हैं। प्रॉफिट्स आर रियली डाउन।
लीड इंजीनियर के जॉब छोड़ने से वर्कलोड इतना बढ़ गया है कि रोज ऑफिस आना पड़ता है, वो भी शेयरिंग में।
जब से प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर ने क्विट किया है, मेरा तो गोल्फ खेलना भी मुश्किल हो गया है। किट वही तो पकड़ता था।
हालत ऐसी है कि सर से छत तक छिन गई।
पर आप इनकी जिंदगी बदल सकते हो। तो प्लीज वर्क ओवरटाइम अपनी पर्सनल लाइफ, हॉबीज और स्टार्टअप ड्रीम्स को छोड़कर अपने बॉसेस के लिए 70 आवर्स काम करिए।
तो प्लीज वर्क ओवरटाइम।
एटलीस्ट जब तक आप एआई से रिप्लेस ना हो जाओ।
70 घंटे काम कीजिए।
Sir, there's no network here. Hello, sir, can you hear me?
ताकि आपके करोड़पति बॉसेस अरबपति बन सके।
तो आइए अपने अरबपति बॉसेस को बचाएं और शार्क टैंक इंडिया पे तो बिल्कुल ना जाएं, क्योंकि वहां बॉस का नहीं खुद का बिजनेस बनाया जाता है। तो गलती से भी रजिस्टर ना करें शार्क टैंक इंडिया सीजन 5 के लिए, जो आ रहा है सिर्फ सोनी एंटरटेनमेंट टेलीविजन और सोनी लिव पर। रजिस्ट्रेशंस आर ओपन बट डोंट रजिस्टर।
They got us. So he reviews the little toy cars and shit. Hey. Bro, he don't even, he just likes the beat. Yo. Yeah, he be bumping XLR. He be like, inshallah. Hell yeah. What? You got the little stash going. What? Extraordinary taste. What? We eating ramen and shit. Yo, that company just paying for all that. Hold on. Hold on. Yo, you think they're choreographed or nah? Hell nah. Oh, that be slap. Damn, that heavy ass backpack. Bro, we know the truth. That fucking. What? Y'all niggas suing YouTube?
We are suing YouTube. This situation has been completely devastating to me and my team, and I hate that we're even making this video. I've loved YouTube since I was 8 years old. I remember it like it was yesterday, making Minecraft videos with my friends as a little kid, but this situation is completely unjust, and it affects thousands of creators on this platform as we speak. Not just us. The last few weeks have been scary. Many people have been trying to find a logical explanation for the large-scale amount of demonetization of creators, but truthfully, it doesn't matter if a creator even just films their face in the privacy of their own room for the entire video, they're being demonetized too. And I know, it sounds insane, but we're currently working with a lawyer that will be contacting YouTube about the situation. And so you may be wondering, what exactly are we planning to sue YouTube for? Well, on April 29th, we uploaded a video called YouTube is Shutting Us Down. This video, it goes into detail about the recent false demonetization of Undersparked that occurred on April 27th. So far, as of recording this, the video has over 146,000 views, and so far, we're still demonetized, and we still haven't received contact from a real human being. Just a quick look at the comment section on that video, and it's very clear that many other people also strongly support and agree with us that Undersparked was wrongfully demonetized. And for that, a massive, incalculable thank you to our community, and even people outside of our community for the insane amount of support that you guys have shown. Website, quote,
inauthentic content refers to mass-produced or repetitive content.
Well, actually, all the other bigger creators that create the same kind of content we create, they're completely fine. And as we mentioned in the previous video, some of these creators are the likes of Dark Fluff and r/, and I want to make it known, we support these channels, but we believe if creators like these are monetized, then why are we demonetized? To go even a step further, most reaction channels on this platform are monetized. We're not taking a stance on if reaction channels should be monetized or not, but we're saying we literally voice act out our stories and provide our own unique commentaries and react at us. But considering the massive amount of false demonetizations in the community these last few months, we believe this was done in error. To better understand the situation though, imagine we owned a lemonade stand in a neighborhood of 10 different lemonade stands. Tells us we were violating the peace of the public somehow. So we asked the judge to go into details, explaining to us how we were violating peace of the public. But the judge says nuh-uh and tells us to reapply for a lemonade stand license in 90 days. 2 weeks later, we walk back into the neighborhood and all the other lemonade stands are still running with no issues. And our lemonade stand is still being run by the government officials, taking all of our profits. Unfortunately, we still pay for the maintenance costs of the lemonade stand because we pray that one day we'll get our lemonade stand back. So not only are we out of a lemonade stand, we're still paying for this lemonade stand to exist. So truthfully, we don't even want to sue YouTube. Every time I think about this situation, it hurts tremendously. It feels like I'm begging to just be treated like a normal creator. The mental pain this has created, I think will be pain that will last for quite a long time. I'm still funding the Undersparked team with no income anymore from the channel. I'm still trying to support my family. We're being stonewalled and ignored by YouTube support, a platform that I've loved since I was 8 years old. It's a different type of hurt though. I've never had such mixed feelings for a platform. And even though I believe we're not being intentionally targeted, it still feels like we're being targeted. That feeling of being targeted and stolen from a billion-dollar corporation while everyone else in the niche is fine is a crippling, debilitating feeling that hurts tremendously. So how are we going to sue YouTube? And for what reasons? Well, before we file a lawsuit, the lawyers will try to get YouTube to hopefully fix the situation. And I'm hoping this is all it takes and does not have to go any further. But if YouTube continues to stonewall, then unfortunately we will need to go further and proceed with the lawsuit. And as much as I wish I could share what the particular reasons would be in the possible lawsuit, it's best to keep that on the low for now. You know, legal jargon and all that. But if someone from YouTube or Google is seeing this right now, please ask to help us remonetize the channel. We've received nothing but copy and pasted template responses. We would love to resolve this by getting in contact with a real human being with real human responses. Our email is undersparked@gmail.com. This is a real issue plaguing the YouTube community. We've seen thousands of channels get demonetized in these last few months. We're not the only ones to suffer from this. As for all of you, we've been listening to you guys. We've received suggestions. One of them is to show our face in future videos, and we appreciate you guys trying to help. But the reality is, we've seen many channels that even show their face getting demonetized. We've seen gaming YouTubers, vlog YouTubers, history YouTubers, every kind of channel get demonetized. And the only ones we've seen mainly get remonetized are the ones with connections. And so, personally, I hate having to make this kind of video. I think it's cringe. All we want to do is just provide content for you guys. This channel does a lot of things for a lot of people. We read the comments, and I simply wish for someone, a human being from Google or YouTube, to see this and fix the situation so we can resume uploading for all those people. So my team and I can stop stressing about our livelihoods. So as a last resort, I will be sending one last post, because we've been sending a lot of them, but one last post to @TeamYouTube on X Twitter. If you guys can, please repost, respawn, like, etc. to help us get this situation seen by YouTube. The link to the post will be in the description of the video. And also, if you guys have any good recommendations for a therapist, that would be greatly appreciated. But thank you all so much for watching, commenting, and still supporting us, and have a good one. Bye-bye!
Wait, who's that? Who was that? Oh. But that is someone else. Let's watch this real quick.
Yeah, I'm wearing a frown right now. I know it doesn't look good on me. I don't like to frown, but sometimes I can't. Kind of wrote attitude because they have followers online, and then he just goes through it one by one. Oh, exposure for you, exposure for the business is huge. My presence here, you're so lucky. What a privilege you get to take my order, that kind of thing. And it just feels like it's on purpose. But again, after like looking more into him, I think he is just this much of a douchebag.
I'm inspiring, Michelle. Let's work together here.
You can give me a 10% discount.
This is really what you get when you're
I
here?
eat this every time. There's a reason. I mean, you want a drink?
Huh? No, I don't eat this poison anymore.
They just gave you a 10% discount and you're just right in front of them calling it all poison. Very classy, Will. So they do eventually just concede. They don't want to deal with this man-child anymore. They just say, all right, here's 10%, and then he hits a little shimmy. He just gets so gleeful, which is over the top and performative for the sake of the spectacle, the fucking circus that he's putting on here, where he's the main nose-honking clown for it. And even though it feels like it could be rage bait by design, I just don't think it is after looking more into his shit. And also, you can even see it kind of in the way that he treats someone who's being very positive about the impact he's had on their life, which again is against all conventional wisdom. There's nothing that this guy has produced that I could ever see being inspirational to anyone other than just not wanting to end up like him because he's a fucking insufferable loser. But this guy at Culver's said that he knows this guy's content and it helped him with weight loss. And you know how Will responded to it? By just shaking his head, disregarding it entirely, and then trying to leverage that as a way of benefiting himself financially where he doesn't have to pay full price for the meal. He says verbatim, after that guy gave a pretty heartfelt endorsement like, hey, this content meant this to me, Will then just says, you see that, Michelle? I'm inspiring, so let's work out a deal. Like he's fucking Rick from Pawn Stars. So he completely disregards that guy's appreciation of his content. He doesn't even give you a thank you. He doesn't even really look at the guy. He completely ignores him. Instead just shakes his head and then instantly goes into trying to capitalize off of that like we got a new bargaining chip, so I'm definitely not paying full price, right? Look, this employee over there likes my shit. So come on, what are we doing here? Obviously he likes my shit. You're weird for not knowing me, Michelle. Especially all the exposure I'm going to bring you on a personal level. You can be the guy that gave me my order. You took my order, and people are going to throw flowers at you going down the street. You're the lady from Culver's that took Will's order? Holy shit. See, that's what I could do for you, Michelle. Like, that's his attitude. That is actually how he behaves, with or without cameras, I believe.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm changing my life.
Okay, that's valid.
Please don't tip me, okay? I need a support
should I
system
tempt
next.
you?
Santiago's not real. He's the man behind the camera. Don't speak to Santiago.
Them.
Huh? Oh, them. Of
Do
course.
not talk to the. I talk to the camera all the time.
Okay, I'm just making sure you're not talking to the cameraman. He's not human to us.
No. He's just a tripod.
We're on the same page here. So forget Santiago.
Forget Santiago. Who's he?
Nobody.
This is something I've been making a habit on.
Okay, but that's like streamers. That's like IRL streamers. That's what they do, bro. Come on.
calling out, and I'm going to keep doing it because it's important people realize that these kind of fucking dweebs, these kind of twerps, are not able to do what they do by themselves. It's not a one-person show, even though they are the main protagonist clown that appears in the content doing all the garbage. There is always a cameraman. In this case, we get his name. His name's Santiago. And they are now just humiliating him here, just insulting him. He's not human to us. Fuck that guy. That guy's a loser. Santiago sucks, pussy, that kind of thing, as he's filming all of it. And I'm sure he's in on the joke, but Santiago, do you get paid for this? Does Will pay you? I doubt it. These kind of worms, these scumbags, do not pay their camera people usually. And especially given Will's attitude, I bet he has convinced Santiago to do this for exposure dollars. Santiago, this is gonna blow your socials up, man. We're gonna make sure you also have a career as an influencer too. Yeah, I'll hold the camera when you start to blow up as well, man. Don't worry about it. But yeah, you're gonna do this for me, right? For free? I'm sorry, not free. For all the clout that you get to suckle from my fucking bosom, right? I thought so, Santiago. And we're gonna insult you a lot, by the way. That's gonna be like our main thing. You're gonna be like our spittoon, and don't worry, it's all in good fun, Santiago. I bet he's doing it for free. And if that is the case, then that's some real cuck shit, Santiago. All of these fucking TikTok influencer, pranksters, and shit like that do this same thing where the cameraman becomes the one they feel really comfortable insulting, and they just take it. And they get nothing out of it. They get no money. He's definitely not splitting the ad revenue. That never happens here. And I doubt that he's getting paid a salary for it. I doubt that he's getting paid per video that he films. I bet he gets nothing for it. And that shit is just as cringe as Will himself. Have some self-respect.
Next. Yes. I'm a bigger man. Mm-hmm. You've noticed this.
I have.
Do you find me attractive?
I do. Oh, hi. Hello.
I want to serve you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's a lot of food. We're gonna get back to it later. I'm getting my Mac game on. You understand? Thumbs up. Shout out to Denise. Yeah. Now let's look at this food. Should've you was really eating this?
I won't torture you with their conversation, but this is how like all of it goes, where he starts to activate the Riz. Sharingan online, Riz mode engaged. That kind of shit. It fucking sucks. I hate his voice too, by the way. His voice sounds like a fucking Ben 10 character on Helium. I can't stand the way he talks. And I'm pretty sure that's not his actual voice. I think that is something that he puts on for the sake of being like grating and over the top.
Whenever it's negative, everybody has something to say. Give me my flowers on my positive, bro. Give me my flowers. I've been going viral this week. A bunch of people have been reacting to my Culver's video, saying, who does he think he is? Who does he think he is? Will Kelly, bro.
Whoa, dude.
Nah, bro, that's his real voice. I'm sorry. Yo, Charlie, that's his real voice, bro. I met people like that.
That went so hard, bro. I'm Will Kelly. Damn. Oh, my Lord. That mic drop moment. Chills. Literal chills. Gave me goosebumps, Will. I hate this mentality where assholes like this do inevitably get talked about for some like dog shit. Specifically the Culver's thing is what's blown up for him right now. People are making fun of him for it, insulting him for it. And it's so common for these main characters to start yapping about like, oh, why does no one ever give me my flowers for all the positive stuff I do? You must have missed the video where I went and gave a homeless guy a sip of my smoothie and then gave him $1. I saved his life and no one's talking about it. And in this one, no one's talking about my incredible weight loss, all this weight that I've lost recently. No one's giving me all my positive flowers there. I'm a force for good, not evil, even though the vast majority of what he does is disruptive trash. So they always fall back on like, here's like a couple of good things I did that obviously I filmed, because if I didn't film it, I can't profit from it, I can't benefit from it. So I'm using it as a shield and no one's talking about it. You can't insult me, by the way, because I did all this good stuff. I'm positive, baby. They always do that shit, and I'm so tired of it.
Will Kelly is who I think I am, dog. Will Kelly, that's who. I just lost 50 pounds in 2 months. Don't ask me why I'm arrogant. I'm the only innovator in my niche. Don't ask me why I'm arrogant. All the fat boys losing weight have copied my style of video. Don't ask me why I'm arrogant, bro. I got reasons to be, honestly. For the people who hate and just want negativity, get it off. I know you will anyway. I'm not tripping about it. I promise you I'm not.
Yeah, nothing says not tripping about it, unbothered, don't care, quite like having a whole rant and raving session about it, huh? Really don't care, do ya? Now, if I may, I'm gonna try and plant a little seed up there and see if I can get those neurons to activate, give you a little something to ponder. Why do you have a reason to be arrogant? Why not just be happy about your own improved health on this weight loss journey? Why do you have to be an asshole about it? It's not a requirement. You don't need to be. You're choosing to be. Because you are just an asshole, bro. Like, and he's also talking about innovating. You haven't innovated shit, man. This formula existed before you. This is like the most standard shit ever. He goes into restaurants, orders a lot of food, and sits down and yaps. Brother, what did you innovate? Nothing. All you did is come up with your own catchphrase of, this is what I ate at 600 pounds. It's crazy. That shit sucks. That's a flop. That is a full-blown fucking blunder. There is nothing you've done that is innovative. And there's nothing you are doing that I think would warrant this kind of attitude. The way it comes across is that he was fishing for any kind of excuse to express his inner douchebaggery. Like, I've lost 50 pounds. Don't ask me why I'm arrogant. I have reasons to be, honestly. Fuck that, man. How about just not being an arrogant asshole? How about just not being a fucking loser about it and using it as maybe something inspirational? Like that guy at Culver's who somehow did find, buried deep in this trash, something motivational for his own personal health journey. And instead of like engaging with that, he instead just doesn't even look at him, gives him a side eye like, see that? Inspirational. Now where's my money saved on this order? By the way, I'm a big deal.
Yeah, Jamba Juice when I was over 600 pounds. It was crazy. Let's check it out. All right, guys. Today, we are at the legendary Jamba Juice. I actually have a Jamba Juice song. Jamba Juice, juice, juice. Jamba Juice, juice, juice. Jamba Juice, juice, juice. Jamba Juice. Do that anymore? I just order the food and give it away. Let's see what I used to get. Sure do wish I could get some service.
Huge Baby Shark cover there, awesome stuff, banger. And he goes on about like what he used to order and now he just orders it and gives it away. And then he's getting upset because he's not getting any service. Open your eyes, Buster. You are literally leaning on the kiosk that says to order and pay there. Holy shit, you dummy. And I bet it had only been like 45 seconds of him standing there. And then he immediately just gets rambunctious. Oh, I'm not getting any service. Where's the manager? This is outrageous. So he starts to walk back behind the counter to find someone to take his order, even though he was literally stationed right in front of the place where he places the order. If he didn't duct tape Santiago's mouth shut, I bet he would have piped up and said, hey man, you order right there. But perhaps he put the fear of God in Santiago where he's afraid to speak out. I don't know. But this is so cringe, man.
Excuse me, sir. What's going on, man?
Yo, no, you can't be back here.
Oh, okay. Oh, my bad. I was just wondering if you could take my order.
Yeah, but I'm doing it, so you gotta wait. Like,
all right, yeah, no, I'll wait.
Nah, but what you, like, can't just be walking back here.
All right, bro, I'll go back over there. I do it whenever I'm not getting my order, man. I'm doing it whenever I'm not getting my order. I literally was just telling you I'm up here waiting. Bro, I'm over here now. We good.
You slimy greaseball. He goes back there with the cameraman, making sure to point it at the worker, berating him. Oh, I just do this when I'm not getting my order. I always do this when I'm not getting my order. Did you know I was up there for like 15 seconds? Dude, where were you? It was a ghost town in here. What do you mean I'm supposed to order at the thing that says to place your order there? No, that can't be right. This is your fault. This is your fault. You're a bad person for making me wait. Don't you know I'm trying to do incredible things in the world right now? And you are hindering that journey.
I don't even gotta take your order, but I'm already coming back here like that.
Dog, I'm back over here. We good. Got his attention. Oh, we can order on the pad, bro? Oh, okay. My bad, man. It's just you working, bro? Yeah, I feel you. Clearly hates his job. I just made his job more difficult. Kinda feel like a jerk. Kinda don't care.
You're so tough, man. Holy shit, bro. Just doesn't care that he made his job worse because Will gets content out of it. Huge exposure for that guy, by the way. I bet he's going to see this video and be so thankful that Will did this for him. I bet that's so awesome. Bro, Will really is a saint. You see the way that he marches back there with the camera guy and then just makes his day worse? This guy who's working at Jamba Juice and making sure...
Yo, imagine being at a party with Moist Critical. He's like, yo, look at this fucking loser. Yo, I saw him park, bro. He was using the backup camera. Yeah, that'd be funny.
that he can use this for the maximum amount of juice for the squeeze for his content. Will, buddy, what a guy, so cool.
I get the mango go.
No,
I
I'm
love
just saying, like, imagine like being in a position where it's like in real life, like where it's like valid to talk shit. Like having Moist Critical there would be funny. Like he's like a shit talking buff. Like imagine he was a rapper. That should be fire.
mango go. Okay, get the large mango go. I really hope the guy that back there. You know what, bro? He can spit in my drink if he wants to. All right. I was thinking like he seems pretty peeved. He might want to spit in my drink or something like that. If he spits in my drink, I'm not drinking it. You feel me? But maybe I shouldn't give it to a homeless person. Maybe I skip that this time. I think maybe. This is the chocolate waffle, right?
Oh.
Yeah.
I realized that was a ball, sorry.
Nah, it's cool. My order was wrong. Am I gonna make a fuss about this? No, because I've already done way too much in this establishment. I'm glad I'm not the old Will Kelly.
True, we're all thankful you're not the old Will, because the establishment wouldn't have survived. He would have burnt this bitch to the ground. He would have completely dismantled this place like he was Godzilla in there, just ravaging it for getting his order wrong. But if I may, Will, why do you care that the order's wrong if you're giving it away? You're not eating it. Why does it matter if the order's wrong? Why are you going to have them go and fix it? That seems unnecessary. If the whole point is, this is what I used to eat when I was 600 pounds, but now I don't. This is going to be given to someone that's hungry out there, a homeless person. If that's the case, Will, why make a fuss about the order being wrong? You even say that you're not going to make a big deal out of it, but you are having them fix your order and you are annoyed that they got it wrong. Doesn't really make sense now, does it? That doesn't pass the smell test. Are you eating it, Will? Is this for you? And you're just pretending to give it away? Not really sure. I don't understand why you'd be upset about that, though. But anyway, he went on about, like, oh, how unhealthy and how sugary and how many calories these things actually are, which, he's right, they are a lot of calories. And it's not like a secret. You can see the amount of calories when you're placing these orders in a lot of places. I'm not super familiar with Jamba Juice. But basically what he's doing is, like, the lowest form of, like, look, all this food that I was eating turns out was bad for me. Insightful. Truly insightful. Anyway, I'll stop blabbering about his bad attitude. That's about it. See ya.
I thought something else happened. Is there anything? Yeah, that nigga Moist funny.
Howdy doody folks, and welcome back to our journey across the United States. Today we're visiting Southern California, which, and I mean this in a good way, may be one of the capital cities in the state of weird, and we're going to talk about everything from conspiracies surrounding a missing Scientologist figurehead to strange accounts of extraterrestrial visitors over U.S. airspace, and much, much more. Now, if you want to see more like this, I urge you to subscribe, like the video, and comment. I always respond to early commenters, and this tells YouTube, hey, this guy's alright. With that, great seeing y'all here, and let's get into some of Southern California's weird folklore. One of my favorite poll results ever, that is both slightly uplifting and somewhat troubling at the same time, is that, according to a 2013 survey by